The final side of the parade being marched on now.
The final unarmed detachment making up the left half of the parade is the Barbados Ex-Cadets Association, and they're being
So
led
we
on
won't
by
compete at all with
Daron
them.
King.
When they start talking, we should.
Seamless. The stirring sounds of the Barbados Defence Force Band, with which I must confess I have some association, marching on the final group of unarmed units. Bringing up the rear here, a detachment of ex-cadets, marching on to Let's Join Hands. The reality of being on show is probably sinking into everybody on parade. It is one thing to rehearse. It is quite another to realize this is the moment. And given the high standards expected, everybody will be laser focused to make sure they do their very best. Three sides of a hollow square formed up on this real world-sized football pitch. It's going to be interesting to get their reactions after the parade as to how it went on a very different surface. Garrison, of course, is a natural surface. The port, Bridgetown Port, a very hard surface. And this is somewhere in the middle. It'll be interesting. Parade Adjutant, Captain Desmond Grant, advancing the troops, making sure that all is in order. This one you can't plan for.
The officers.
Lisa, the junior officers are marching off the parade to join their respective detachments, second in command, detachment commanders, and flag parties in preparation for the march on of officers and flag parties. While this is going on, let us get to know the parade adjutant a little better.
Certainly. Captain Desmond Grant joined the Barbados Defence Force in 1983. In 1987, he was promoted to the rank of sergeant. And in 2001, he became an officer and was posted to the Barbados Cadet Corps. Captain Grant completing his officer training at Trenton Air Force Base in Canada. He is currently the officer commanding the No. 2 Cadet Company, the Lodge School, where he is also employed as a physical education teacher. And until recently, he served as officer in charge of the Cadet Medical Unit. Captain Grant holds a bachelor's degree in psychology from the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus and a diploma in sports medicine. He is a qualified emergency medical technician and a certified strength and condition specialist. He is also a member of the International Fitness Professionals Association. He has served as a trainer for the Barbados national cricket, netball, and football teams. He is currently the fitness trainer for the Barbados senior women's football team. He has a passion for the development of young people in Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning's parade adjutant, Captain Desmond Grant.
the command in open order right dress is given.
The front ranks and the rear ranks take 1 pace forward and backward respectively, while the center rank remains steady. All head and eyes are turned to the right, and the troops ensure that they are in line with the right marker, who looks directly to the front.
Stand still! The front rank of the right half!
In August this year, Warrant Officer Class 1 Colin Marshall celebrated 29 years of distinguished service to the Barbados Defense Force, having enlisted in 1994.
Steady, steady. Stand still! The front rank of the left half!
During his tenure in the force, he attended and completed several military courses with distinction. He was the most outstanding student on the Junior Leadership course in 1998, on the Junior Non-Commissioned Officers Cadre in Jamaica in 2000, and on the Warrant Officers course in Jamaica in 2015.
Up the second man, up the second man, steady. Stand still! The center rank of the right half!
He has been awarded 3 Defense Board commendations, 2 Chief of Staff commendations, and is a proud recipient of the Services Medal of Honor, the General Service Medal, and the Regional Security System Medal.
Stand still! The center rank of the left half! Back the third man. Steady. Up the first man. Steady. Stand still! The rear rank of the right half!
He has been married for 20 years with 1 son, and presently is the Regimental Sergeant Major of the Barbados Regiment.
Stand still! The rear rank of the left half!
Ladies and gentlemen, the conducting Warrant Officer Class 1, Colin Marshall.
Pride! Eyes! Front! Armed units will fix bayonets. Fix! Bayonets! Turn! Pray! Stand up! Ace!
The Corps of Drums will now promenade along the passing line to alert the officers that they are to assemble. We are told that in armies of the past, after the sergeants were satisfied that their troops were correct and in good order, they would set off to find their officers, ensuring that they were sober and able to answer the assembly, which the Corps of Drums would beat while marching through the town. The sergeants then guided their officers to their guards before the commanding officer arrived. This aspect is reenacted on the parade in the assembly, which you will shortly witness.
Drums of the massed band. The tradition is that once troops were formed up on parade, the officers had to be summoned to the parade, or rather alerted that everything was in place for them. And in the old days, this was done by a lone drummer parading the streets passing by the residences, or I dare say the taverns where the officers might have been relaxing. The drummer passes by, and that is their signal that, oh, it's time to get up, let's go, and get ready for the parade. That idea is captured ceremonially in the promenade by the Corps of Drums.
On days like these, we also see a joint band with the BDF and the Barbados Police Service.
Indeed, a masked band is very much part of the spectacle for our Independence Day parade. On parade today, we have the band of the Barbados Police Service, the band of the Barbados Defence Force, and joined by members of the band of the Barbados Cadet Corps.
Approximately how long does it take for the bands to get together, and when do rehearsals really start?
Well, once the official rehearsals for parades begin, the band will also begin their rehearsals. Given that we have bands from 3 different organizations all playing the same music, they will have to be rehearsed together. The Director of Music today, Mr. Andrew Lynch, Senior Superintendent of Police, will select the program of music that will be generally agreed among the band directors and with the authorities at the Defence Force, and the rehearsals will begin. This year, the program of music is actually quite interesting in that almost all of it by local composers. The promenade completed, the drummers back in their position at the head of the mass band. We now have what is called the assembly. Officers rounded up, they're on the passing line, and the assembly gets the officers on parade. On that final flourish, the officers will come to attention and march on. Still under the watchful eye of the parade adjutant, Captain Desmond Grant of the Barbados Cadet Corps. Officers formed up will be marched to their detachments by the parade adjutant.
The parade adjutant will now report the state of the parade and hand over to Senior Superintendent Acting Adrian Brooms of the Barbados Police Service, the second in command of this morning's parade.
And then reported to the next level. Yes, sir? Troops are on parade.
Good morning, sir. I am Captain
Get the officers on parade, get everything in place for the parade commander.
Celebrating 57 years
This is why the military
of
works
Barbados
so.
independence. The parade comprises 100 officers and 960 other ranks, and is formed up at the open order, at the shoulder, awaiting the pleasure of your command, Sir Police. May I have mission to carry on?
Senior Superintendent Acting Adrian Brooms celebrates 33 years of distinguished service to the Barbados Police Service, having enlisted in 1990. He spent some 24 years as a member of the Marine Unit, during which time he was promoted through the ranks from constable to inspector. He credits the Barbados Coast Guard greatly for his training and development in the maritime domain. Mr. Brooms has held various appointments in the force, such as Inspector in Charge of Operations, Northern Division, Second in Command of Operations Support Division, and Divisional Commander of the Bridgetown Division, which is his current posting. He holds an associate degree in science from the Barbados Community College, a certificate in criminal justice education from the prestigious FBI National Academy, Quantico, Virginia, USA. He also holds An Executive Development Training Certificate from the Sagicor Cavefield School of Business and Management at the University of the West Indies. He's the recipient of the Barbados Services Medal of Honor and the Humanitarian Medal. Ladies and gentlemen, the parade second in command, Senior Superintendent Acting, Adrian Brooms.
Parade! Order! Arms! Stand up! Ease! Parade! Parade! Chant! Officers! Outward! Turn! Take post in front of your detachment. Quick march!
A member of the Officer Corps of the Barbados Cadet Corps, the parade second in command from the Barbados Police Service, and the parade commander from the Barbados Regiment. This was a decision taken some years ago to make it much more inclusive.
Officers, to your detachments, quick march!
Troops on parade, officers summoned, and now marched to their detachments by the parade second in command. To the old favorite, pat you back. Many, many years ago, a decision was taken to always keep this part of the parade distinctly Barbadian. So all of the music today is Barbadian in origin, and we always use snippets of Barbadian folk tunes just to keep it just that much more Bajan.
And of course, we're also experiencing the beautiful views of the Barbados West Coast just in the background of those bleachers to the west side of the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. We're also going to have a number of firsts for today's parade. We're going to see some not so familiar faces leading various detachments as well. And as we speak, again, still arrivals of dignitaries, members of parliament.
Officers are now steady. All satisfactory to the parade second in command. And he gets ready to continue his duty by marching on the various flags and banners.
Again, another Barbadian favorite, and I'm sure you'd note all of the patriotism on display in color, even in the stands here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. And although the Barbados flag is simple at first glance, it harbors plenty of meaning. In fact, it represents the nation's heritage and freedom. The royal blue blocks represent the sea and the sky, while the golden yellow block symbolizes the beautiful sand. All on display from this particular complex this morning. A first for this venue.
And it's a very mild morning, temperature-wise, which the troops, I am sure, will be very happy about.
Some cloud cover is also always welcome when you have these long sessions to go. Much pomp and pageantry. but we also look forward to all of the other elements that will make up today's presentation.
The flag parties now in place. We get ready to move on to the next level, which is to receive the parade command.
Order! Arms! Parade! Standard ease! Parade! Parade! Sean! Shoulder! Arms!
The parade second in command will now report the state of the parade and hand over command to the parade commander, Major Pedro Drakes, after which he will take up his position to the right of the armed detachments.
No, it requires a fair bit of memory to do these parts
morning,
of the
sir.
parade.
I am Adrian Brooms.
Because there are many little tiny details.
Good morning, sir. I am Adrian Brooms, Senior Superintendent Acting of the Barbados Police Service, second in command of this morning's parade to commemorate the 57th anniversary of Barbados' independence. The parade comprises of 100 officers, 960 other ranks. The parade is formed up in 3 ranks, at the shoulder, in open order, awaiting the pleasure of your command, sir, please.
Handing over now to Major
Pedro Drakes enlisted in the full-time element of the Barbados Defense Force in 1989. During his early military career, he held several positions, such as section commander, recruit training instructor, information technology administrator, and systems network administrator. He attended various military training courses locally and internationally, such as the Canadian Forces School of Electronics and Communication, specializing in information and communications technology. Throughout his military career, Major Drakes has held several notable appointments within the force. A few of note are Cadet Executive Officer, Human Resource Manager, President of the Mess Committee, and aide-de-camp to the former Prime Minister, the Honorable Frondell Stewart. Major Drakes holds an associate degree in computer science and a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology and management from the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus. Ladies and gentlemen, the parade commander, Major Pedro Drakes.
Parade! Order! Arms! Standard! Is! Parade! Parade! Turn! Shoulder! Arms!
Having assumed
March on the colors!
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand as the colors are marched on.
Present! Arms!
having assumed command of the parade, his first duty is to march on the colors. This is a significant moment for the armed forces. Here we have the presidential color, which must be paraded whenever the president is in attendance. We have the regimental color, which the Guard of Honor is duty sworn to protect along with the presidential color. We also have the ensign of the Barbados Coast Guard. As you know, the color is very important in the military. That is the rallying point for the units which own them and are accorded full and maximum respect, as demonstrated by the present arms and the request to ask the audience to stand.
And the color party, made up of Lieutenant Blackman of the regimental color inside, that's what they're carrying. The color escorts, Warrant Officer 2, Leacock.
The color party, the colors are typically carried by two of the most junior officers of the regiment or unit. And this is important because that's their first main big duty here. So Lieutenant Ramon Blackman carrying the presidential color, Lieutenant Tevin Maynard carrying the regimental color. And we also have the Coast Guard ensign. The colors are always going to be escorted by what are known as color escorts. In this case, Color Sergeant Lovell and Color Sergeant Morris. And under the watchful eye, of course, of the warrant officer with the colors. In this case, Warrant Officer Class 2, Timothy Leacock.
All detachments are now steady on parade, awaiting the arrival of the dignitaries, which will usher in the next phase of the parade. You may be seated.
Even though we've been parading for some time, this is now the official start of the parade. This is the arrival of the dignitaries. All steady on parade, awaiting this following sequence.
Talk to us about the arrival of the dignitaries. I know Her Excellency the President is expected to arrive around 8 or so, which is in another 15 minutes. But before her arrival, there are a number of dignitaries who will be making their way onto the field here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex.
They will be arriving in order, or reverse order rather, of seniority. We will have the Chief of Staff and Commissioner of Police, national heroes, the Chief Justice, followed by the Prime Minister, and of course, last to arrive is Her Excellency the President.
Now, I know there have been a number of changes since Barbados indeed made the move to become a republic, and we now have a president. What are some of the changes that had to be made with you? I know there's been a name change, for example, with the Barbados Police Service, and we all make the slip from time to time because we're so accustomed to the Royal Barbados Police Service. Now, if you're hearing vehicles in the background, it's because we're just on the outskirts of the grounds here at the complex, and this is where many of the arrivals are happening of the dignitaries, members of the diplomatic corps, specially invited guests, cabinet, and so on. So many coaches and vehicles are making their way into the complex on this area of the square.
A lot of activity and excitement going on here today. But for the troops on parade, they are focused and ready to do their duty, which is to execute an excellent parade.
Now, we are going to be expecting much today. I know that you can't wait to hear all about the national awards and insignia. And usually those people who get that information early are not allowed to share it, in particular the media, until it is announced here at the parade.
I have no idea because I follow the rules. I wait to be surprised. It's a nice cool day, so the troops are fairly comfortable, which makes being steady on parade a little easier.
And later this morning, you can also expect a wonderful cultural presentation that features quite a large number of, as we mentioned, school children, as well as members of the Barbados Youth Advance Corps, paying homage to the Barbados Landship in celebration of 160 years. That will be quite significant. Now, I know the number of troops on parade, Major Taylor, is quite significant as well. And whether you switch location or not, there must be a certain amount of troops on show. Tell us all about that.
Well, certainly the Guard of Honor is a fixed number, consisting of about 100 rounded up to include the various supernumerary officers, etc. We have detachments from the Barbados Coast Guard, the Corps of Women of the Barbados Defence Force, the Barbados Regiment Reserve, the Guard of Honor, of course, and we also have 3 detachments from the Barbados Cadet Corps.
And from where we are, this vantage point, we can see that we are just having the first arrival of the dignitaries.
The arrival of Commodore Errington Sherlin, Chief of Staff, Barbados Defence Force, and Mr. Richard Boyce, Commissioner of Police, the Barbados Police Service.
Right on cue, the arrival of the Chief of Staff of the Barbados Defence Force and the Commissioner of Police. The Chief of Staff, Commodore Errington Sherland, actually made a little history recently, and I'll tell you about that when I get a moment. Commodore Sherling. That bit of history making by our Chief of Staff, he's been inducted into the United States Command and General Staff College Hall of Fame. And that is a significant achievement. Greeted, of course, by one of the senior officers of the force, Lieutenant Colonel Carlos Lovell, and his wife, Jeanette, escorted by another senior officer of the force, Commander Mark Peterson. The Chief of Staff and the Commissioner of Police will be recognized, acknowledged by the parade commander. With his sword salute. Which they, of course, dutifully return.
Wait! Stand up! Yes!
And so we stand at ease and await the next arrival.
Well, of course, when we see the national heroes, there will be many Barbadians and people from around the world alike looking to see whether both national heroes will be in attendance of today's parade and ceremony. Of course, the only 2 living national heroes here in Barbados, Sir Garfield Sobers, the Right Excellent Sir Garfield Sobers, and Robin Rihanna Fenty. Once again, still much activity happening all around the grounds here as we continue to see scores of school children arrive to participate in this morning's presentation. And there are numerous agencies that have to come together in order for a presentation like this to take form.
But this is a beautiful location, I must admit. One wishes one could lift this up and place it at the garrison.
I know there was much public discourse about how the parade today would shape up at this new location, certainly seen as significantly smaller, but from where we sit, certainly our vantage point, it is certainly making the grade.
I'm minded to think it'll make a very fine venue for a parade such as this. I have done several of these parades in my time, marching on the various surfaces.
Please stand for the arrival of His Honor, Sir Patterson Cheltenham, Chief Justice of Barbados.
Okay, so they've skipped the national heroes' arrival and moved on to the Chief Justice of Barbados.
Parade brought to attention. The Chief Justice will, of course, be greeted by the senior men on the ground. That is the Chief of Staff of the Barbados Defence Force and the Commissioner of Police. He alights with his aide-de-camp. He will take his place on the saluting dais and receive his acknowledgement, also with a sword salute.
And next up, we expect Prime Minister Mia Amor Motley.
Right! Standard! Ace!
You may be seated.
The troops on parade will be mindful that there is still some way to go in this parade. This is but one of the early phases. We still have to go through the usual inspection and the march pasts.
Now, we would have officially commenced with the march on to the parade square close to an hour ago, but the troops would have been here for quite some time, and I'm sure it would have been a restless night for many of them. So talk to us about how you prepare for long, long days and sessions like this one.
Well, for a parade with an early start like this, it means, of course, a very early start for the troops because they have to prepare their uniforms, get those boots all shined up, and have everything in place. Members of the Barbados Cadet Corps, we have 3 detachments on parade. Their preparation started yesterday evening with a usual sleepover at a nearby school where they are fitted in their ceremonial uniforms and, you know, inspected and just to make sure everything is parade ready. And then, of course, it's an early start to be bussed in to the format point here. It is always an impressive spectacle to see the mix of color on our parades. Of course, the band of the Barbados Defence Force in its zouave uniform, the police service in their lily white tunics, and the Barbados Cadet Corps in their toy soldier uniform. But I don't know exactly what goes through the minds of many people on the parade as they await the arrivals, but I recall when I was on parade, I would occupy my time by looking at a cloud formation or trying to remember something or what was going to happen next, just to keep yourself calm and steady as you await the arrivals.
And it is indeed important. We've been here for quite a few of the rehearsals, so we know that those in command painstakingly ensure that you are in place and doing as you should. And as we speak, Here comes
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the
Another
arrival
arrival.
of the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados.
and timing, of course, is very important.
Right. Shout.
Parade brought to attention, brought to the position of shoulder arms. You will, of course, expect that as we go up in precedence for the dignitaries, the level of salute accorded is also accordingly elevated. The Prime Minister will receive a general salute, accompanied by the usual fanfare from the master band.
And here we have the 8th Prime Minister of Barbados, has been Prime Minister of the country since 2018.
She is greeted by the Chief of Staff and Commissioner of Police, and of course her trusted aide-de-camp, Lieutenant Coast Guard Karen Carvalho, ensures that she's in the right place.
Right. General salute. Present. Arms. Right. Shoulder. Arms.
And the PM, of course,
Order.
resplendent in her signature blue on a day like today, accented with whites, I would imagine, to keep back some of the heat.
Yes.
As you look around the parade square, you'd note there are a number of cooling devices as well in anticipation of a warm day today.
Well, you
You
would
may be
expect the
seated.
military to be prepared for any eventuality.
Coming up next, we'll have the arrival of Her Excellency, the President of Barbados.
The various rehearsals for the parade obviously took on a different dimension this year because we are on brand new ground. And so the tweaks and the nips and tucks to make sure that everything works out as we expect went on to ensure that all is going to be well.
As you can see, the precision extends to well beyond the parade square, all around the complex here, even as you come onto the complex from Highway 1 here on the west coast of Barbados. You'll be greeted by marshals and members of the Barbados Police Service to direct you to very specific areas. So months and months of planning, really just to culminate at today's presentation as we continue to celebrate
Of course,
or
the
start the celebration on this day
course,
of our
the
57th anniversary of independence.
tried and tested script for locations like the Garrison or the Bridgetown Port go out the window. You've got to rewrite everything to fit this particular location.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the arrival of Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, President of Barbados, and kindly remain standing until the inspection commences.
Right. Shout. Shoulder. Arms.
The arrival of Her Excellency being heralded by a fanfare from the massed band. Escorted, as is customary, by the mounted troop of the Barbados Police Service. greeted and saluted by the Chief of Staff and Commissioner of Police, accompanied by her aide-de-camp, Lieutenant Coast Guard Jamal Wiggins. She will, of course, be given a presidential salute.
Right! Presidential salute! Present! Arms! Right! Shoulder! Arms! Order! Arms!
Parade commander will now march forward and report the state
The
of the
parade
parade.
commander will now report the state of the parade to Her Excellency and invite her to inspect the detachments on parade.
Of course, Dame Sandra was the 8th and final Governor General of Barbados. She is now serving as the first president of Barbados since 2021. Resplendent as always, beautifully adorned. Some very bright and beautiful colors this
Your
morning.
Excellency, good morning and happy independence. I am Major Pedro Drakes, parade commander for this morning's parade to commemorate Barbados' 57th anniversary of independence. On parade are 100 officers and 960 at the ranks. The armed units are drawn from the Barbados Defense Force, the Barbados Police Service, and the Barbados Cadet Corps. The unarmed units are drawn from the Barbados Boy Scouts Association, the Barbados Girl Guides Association and band, the St. John Ambulance Association of Barbados, the Barbados Fire Service, the Seventh-day Adventist Pathfinders and band, the Barbados the Barbados Prison Service, Government Security Guards, the Barbados Youth Advance Corps, the Barbados Landship Association, the National Conservation Commission, and the Ex-Cadets Association of Barbados. Also on parade are the mounted troop and the mass band of the Barbados Defense Force, the Barbados Police Service, and the Barbados Cadet Corps. The parade is formed up in 3 sides of a hollow square, in 3 ranks, at the open order, and awaits the pleasure of your inspection, Your Excellency. Please.
We can well imagine that the parade commander is under an immense amount of pressure, having to recall all of the details of who is on parade. The ceremonial Land Rover draws up now. Used only on special occasions, of course. This specially fitted Land Rover is unusually gas-powered for a smoother, quieter ride.
Please be seated. The inspection is done using a ceremonial Land Rover which will drive slowly along the front ranks of the detachments. Her Excellency will be accompanied on the inspection by the Chief of Staff of the Barbados Defense Force, the Commissioner of Police of the Barbados Police Service, the Parade Commander, and her aide-de-camp. The musical piece for the inspection is Beautiful and Unspoiled by Cheryl Hackett and arranged by Jason Kaplan.
Most appropriate music for the inspection, just to add a little Barbadian flavor to the occasion. What I like about parades in Barbados is that it is a very distinctive blend of tradition and doing things our own way. And this Beautiful and Unspoiled by Cheryl Hackett and arranged by Jason Kaplan, who is a member of the band of the Barbados Police Service, is just the right touch for the moment. Passing by the reserve unit of the Barbados Regiment, moving on to the Guard of Honor, which of course is duty-bound to protect the presidential color, regimental color, and Coast Guard ensign, which is saluted by the parade commander, Chief of Staff, and Commissioner of Police, and of course the aide-de-camp as they pass by.
And once again, as we've come to know her, the President of Barbados, on this most momentous occasion of Independence Day, dons an exquisite and quite vibrant ensemble that truly radiates the spirit of our nation, all bedecked in a resplendent palette of brilliant hues. Her outfit really captures the essence, I think, of Barbadian pride.
Indeed. Seeing our troops arrayed, especially our young people, and hearing the beautiful Barbadian music and seeing the color, one cannot help but feel very patriotic.
The inspection party returns to the saluting days, and as the parade commander seeks permission to carry on with the remainder of the parade.
As Dame Sandra just has a brief word with the parade commander.
Probably saying, well done, they look smart.
They do indeed. And you'd note that the bleachers on this side, the eastern side of the parade square, are not filled. That's because with the tents installed just in front of it, it wouldn't have been a good vantage point for people to sit. Her Excellency now returning to the saluting dais.
And we prepare for the next phase, as it were, of the parade, which will be the tribute to her by the various troops on parade.
With the remainder of this morning's parade. Ma'am, please.
Having received permission to carry on with the parade, the first unit to give their compliments, their personal compliments to the President, will be the massed band. And this is called, in military terms, the troop. They will march down in slow time and come back in quick time as their special salute to the President.
Great! Great! Chant! Troop!
Stepping off in slow time.
The troop is the mass band salute to Her Excellency. Slow time will be done to the tune A New Republic, composed by Sergeant Steve Sobers, and quick time to the tune Dame Sandra, composed by Ronald Cummings.
Steve Sobers, of course.
The mass bands comprise the Band of the Barbados Police Service, which is led by Director of Music, Senior Superintendent of Police, Andrew Lynch. Senior Superintendent Lynch joined the band of the then Royal Barbados Police Force on 1st July 1977 at the age of 14, 1 month before his 15th birthday. And during his 46 years of unbroken service, he has risen through the ranks from a band apprentice to his current post as Director of Music. Mr. Lynch has made a significant contribution to the musical development of Barbadian youth as a brass tutor at the primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. He has taught at a number of educational institutions. He's also the director of the Barbados Festival Band. Director Lynch is the proud father of one daughter, a Barbados Scholarship winner, and the husband of Mrs. Andrea Lynch, leader and vocalist of the gospel band Promise. Senior Superintendent Lynch is assisted by Deputy Director Superintendent Dexter Norville, and the drum major is Station Sergeant Jerome Clark. The band of the Barbados Defence Force is led by Director of Music, Captain Brian Cole. Captain Cole enlisted in the Barbados Regiment Reserve in 1993 and was posted to the Barbados Defence Force Band. Serving with distinction in the Barbados Defence Force Band, he has held several appointments, most notably as bandmaster acting during the period 2007 to 2018. He's a graduate of the Royal Military School of Music, the Herbert H. Lehman College, and Boston University, having read for a certificate in band studies, a Bachelor of Science in Music, a Master of Music Education, respectively. Captain Cole also holds postgraduate diplomas in Education, Teaching of Music, and Educational Leadership from the Urdeston Teachers Training College. He's married to Tamisha and is a proud father of 2 daughters. The senior drum major is Color Sergeant Charles Rouse, who will be retiring after this parade. He's been the drum major of the band for some 10 years and will be handing over to the other drum major you see on parade, Sergeant Shane Mears.
Marching quick time.
The drum major for the Barbados Cadet Corps Band
Sandra
is Sergeant Dylan Pitt of the number 2 Cadet Company, the Lodge School.
And quite a few cheers going up here in our tent on hearing that he alights from the Lodge School. A collective hooey from some corners as well. But here the troops go marching in quick time, their boots not quite pounding the ground as we're accustomed to on this softer surface, as you mentioned it, but certainly in perfect synchronization. And of course, each soldier a pillar of strength and dedication, proudly holding their heads high and donning their immaculate uniforms.
If it seems a little crowded at the front of the band, it's because we have 4 drum majors on parade. Led of course by Colour Sergeant Charles Rouse, who will be retiring, and so his likely replacement is also on parade for the necessary experience. And additionally to the other drum majors, Station Sergeant Jerome Clark from the Barbados Police Service and Sergeant Dylan Pitt from the Barbados Cadet Corps. Drum majors of course take great pride in the way they synchronize their movements.
Of course, the combination of synchronized steps, the uniforms, the color, and the look of pride all bring a sense of grandeur to this morning's presentation. And I'm sure with every Barbadian watching, it will resonate with them in terms of power and pride.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause to the mass bands?
Well done. The band having presented their compliments to the president, it's time for the armed units.
Close! Order! And words! Yes!
Because they have to be prepared for that, and they're given a chance to get their dressing, their alignment just right before they step off under the command of the various detachment commanders.
Stand still!
This is the moment that
The
the
front rank
authorities are
of
most
the right half!
nervous about, because you want to have those really straight lines as they come down the passing line and look the president square in the eye, as every soldier is instructed to do.
The front rank of the left half! Right! Eyes! Front!
The regimental sergeant major issuing the instructions to get that alignment just right in preparation for the march past in
Stand
slow time.
out! As! Stand fast! The unarmed units! Armed units! Armed units! Charge!
The unarmed
Armed
units
units!
instructed to stand fast.
Shoulder! Arms!
And the army units prepared to do the march past in slow time.
Armed units will march past by detachments in slow and quick time. Number 1 detachment leading. Move to the right in trace. Right turn.
As you mentioned, quite a bit to remember.
The next phase of the parade will be the march past.
Stepping off first, the Barbados Coast
This will
Guard.
be executed in 4 segments. First, the armed units will march past in slow and quick time, followed by the unarmed units marching past in quick time only. The Barbados Legion will march past, and finally the Barbados Police Service mounted troop will canter past and pay compliments to Her Excellency. The musical pieces for the march past in slow time are Our Anniversary, composed by Senior Superintendent Andrew Lynch; Barbados Our Homeland, composed by Sergeant Steve Sobers; Major Minor, composed by Captain Brian Cole; and Independence Day, composed by Carly Williams. These are for the most part Barbadian composers and arrangers.
The band, of course, repositions itself to the center of the parade just to be more easily heard by the troops as they move along, and of course to make space for the Coast Guard to get themselves on the passing line. They're followed by the Corps of Women.
I know that all persons on parade are to wear number 1 dress with decorations and medals to which they're entitled, which is one of the other reasons. It is also impressive just seeing the various detachments wearing all of their medals.
Number 1 dress, of course, is the highest form of dress for the military, or ceremonial uniform, and one of the occasions where you get to wear all your medals and things.
You yourself, sir, Major Taylor, have quite a few medals on display today. And how do you determine what is the number one dress for which detachment? Is that predetermined? You're adorned in your blue and yellow today.
Yes, indeed. The blue and yellow is the ceremonial uniform of the Barbados Cadet Corps, where I'm posted currently, as opposed to the green uniform of the Barbados Regiment, or indeed the white uniform of the Barbados Coast Guard. That's how you tell us apart ceremonially. The medals, of course, are awarded over time based on various activities, whether that's military service in a difficult situation, or perhaps service for long and faithful commitment to duty. Indeed, the Queen Jubilee Medal was awarded some time back. And of course, the latest is the Humanitarian Medal. But here we are on the passing line, the moment of importance.
They're commanded by Lieutenant Shimar Gollop. The subalterns are Sub-Lieutenant Zane Kelman and Second Lieutenant Shade Seeley. The 3rd Detachment, the Barbados Regiment Reserves, they're commanded by Captain Sean Brooms, and the subaltern is Lieutenant Roseanne Bennett.
Makes his way to the front of the parade to give salute with the 1st Detachment, and then he will leave them to continue their journey.
Next to pay compliments to Her Excellency is the Guard of Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, you're reminded to please stand as the colors pass your position. The Guard is divided into halves, with the right half of the Guard passing first. The Guard of Honor is commanded by Captain Shane Drakes. His second in command is Lieutenant Mark Jemmett. The color party is situated between the right and left half of the Guard of Honor, as they are charged with the responsibility of escorting and protecting the colors. The members of the color party: the Presidential Color Ensign, Lieutenant Ramon Blackman; the Regimental Color Ensign, Lieutenant Tevin Maynard; the Barbados Coast Guard Ensign, Sub-Lieutenant John Gollop. The escorts to the colors are Color Sergeants Marston Morris, Elvis Lovell, and Answar Streets. The escorting warrant officer is Warrant Officer Class 2, Timothy Leacock. The next detachment is the Barbados Police Service, and they're led by Superintendent Stephen Herbert. He's assisted by Assistant Superintendent of Police Acting Frederick Catwell and Deputy Commandant Lawrence Cullimore. The ensign is Inspector of Police Richard Greenwich. The escorts are Sergeant Leandra Hegley and Sergeant Courtney Thompson. The number 5 detachment is an infantry detachment of the Barbados Cadet Corps and is commanded by Captain Junior Ward. The subaltern is Second Lieutenant Shivani Ford. The Barbados Cadet Corps' banner party's ensign is Ensign Kimaya Walcott, and the escorts are Master Chief Petty Officer Marion Kirkendale and Chief Petty Officer Zaria Hinson. The escorting warrant officer is Master Chief Petty Officer Razia Nightingale. The number 6 detachment, the Barbados Cadet Corps Sea Cadet Division, they're next on the passing line, and this detachment is commanded by Sub-Lieutenant Wayne Beckles, and he's assisted by Acting Sub-Lieutenant R. Ziggy Marshall. The final detachment from the Army units to pay compliments to Her Excellency in slow time is the number 7 detachment, an infantry detachment commanded by 2nd Lieutenant Chris Grogan. And he's assisted by Cadet Under Officer Tyrese Rice Holder.
Here we see the youngsters
bringing up the rear of the armed units, the parade adjutant, Captain Desmond Grant.
Didn't quite hear the word of command, but they were given the command to break into quick time. And that is a very tricky maneuver.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're free to show your appreciation for the armed units.
Much to the delight of the spectators here.
Smartly. The musical pieces for the march past in quick time
crowd's very much enjoying the spectacle and the precision of the transfer or break from slow time
Symbols
to
of
quick
Freedom,
time.
composed by Sergeant Steve Sobers. Service Beyond Duty, composed by Captain Brian Cole. And Claim to Fame, composed by Senior Superintendent Andrew Lynch.
Troops have to perform a rather tricky maneuver we call a form, where they change direction without changing formation.
Paying compliments to Her Excellency in quick time, the Barbados Coast Guard.
It takes a lot of concentration to get that particular maneuver done, and done well.
The Corps of Women of the Barbados Defense Force.
It is in the military that nobody escapes parades. Nobody escapes parades in the military. You might have caught a glimpse, if you know her, of Lieutenant Shimar Gollop, who under normal circumstances would be with us here looking after communications, but is on parade today.
The Guard of Honor, ladies and gentlemen, please stand as the colors pass your position.
For those of vintage years who might be listening for the regimental march, the traditional hunting call,
the Barbados Police Service.
A new march has been composed called Symbols of Freedom by Sergeant Steve Sobers. which is used sometimes in place of the regimental march, particularly when we have the presidential color and the Coast Guard ensign on
Infantry
parade.
Detachment, the Barbados Cadet Corps. The Barbados Cadet Corps Sea Cadet Division.
It's worse.
And the Barbados Cadet Corps Infantry Detachment. Ladies and gentlemen, as they come around, put your hands together and let's show our support to the armed units.
To the music of Service Beyond Duty by Captain Brian Cole. That completes the work of the armed units, who will halt in their original positions, and then it will be the turn of the unarmed units, who will march past in quick time only, with a rather simpler maneuver. Last of the armed units halting, to the music of Claim to Fame by Andrew Lynch, acknowledging the former directors of the Band of the Police Service: Cave, Lovell, Atherley, Moore, and Ellis, C-L-A-M-E. They now breathe a sigh of relief while the unarmed units are prepared to do their march past.
Unarmed units will march past by detachment in column of route and with die. Barbados Boy Scouts Association leaders, move to the right and column of route. Right turn.
As you can tell, quite a windy morning here at the complex as the unarmed units move into place and prepare for their march past. And I must say the spectators.
It is now the turn of the unarmed detachments to march fast in quick time only and pay compliments to Her Excellency. The musical pieces for the march fast in quick time are A Proud Occasion, composed by Jason Catlin, Blue and Gold, composed by Andrew Lynch, Guardians of the Ensign, composed by Steve Sobers, and Crown of Glory, composed by Captain Brian Cole. The Barbados Boy Scouts Association and their band is the first detachment on the right half to pay compliments to Her Excellency. They are being commanded by Assistant Scout Leader Ronald Marshall, and his second in command is Venture Scout Zachary Hoyt. The flag bearer is Patrol Leader Jaden Downs, and the escorts are Patrol Leader Redmond Marshall and Patrol Leader Melvin Terrence.
And we must say that the spectators have grown quite a bit as we move on to the Girl Guides.
Tanya Brown. The flag bearer is Cassandra Walcott, and the escorts are Amaya Phillips and Amara Phillips.
The unarmed units have a slightly easier task, but I assure you the pride is very much strong.
I dare say the spectators here have grown to the thousands.
St. John Ambulance Association of Barbados is next and is commanded by Superintendent Sharon Eswick, and she is assisted by Divisional Officer Acting Natalie Payne. The flag bearer is Divisional Superintendent Alfonso Eustace, and their escorts are Sergeant Grace Franklin and Acting Sergeant Margot Beyer.
Of course, the spectators here at the Independence Parade are quite an electrifying force. I don't know if we're truly representing how much appreciation they're showing.
Who is under the command of Divisional Officer Patrick Edwards.
I was tempted to
The
say
flag
it
bearer
almost
is
feels like a sporting
Station Officer
event.
Tony Scanterbury, and the escorts are Sub Officer Henderson Nichols and Sub Officer Ryan Brathwaite. The next unarmed detachment of the right half is the Barbados Landship Association. They're being commanded by Commander Roland Jones. The flag bearer is Sonia Burgess, and the escorts are Aaliyah Burgess and Ashonda Payne. The final unarmed detachment of the right half to pay compliments to Her Excellency is the Seventh-day Adventist Pathfinders and Band, commanded by Pastor Miguel Denny. He's assisted by Carlos Eichel and Andrew Gittins. The flag bearer is Dale Anicia Hines, and the escorts are Tiara Jones and Nia Bellamy.
And of course, you would have seen the Barbados Landship cultural movement and organization here in Barbados, known for parades, performances, and dances. And they'll be celebrated in a special cultural presentation later this morning in observance of their 160th anniversary.
Of Rangers, Alfred Burnett. He is assisted by Rangers Warden Samuel Rowe and Clyde Morrow. The flag bearer is Vernon Haynes, and the escorts are Donna Payne and Pamela Phillips. The Barbados Prison Service is next on the passing line, and they're commanded by Assistant Chief Officer Acting Dennis Callender. His second in command is Orderly Officer Acting Dwayne Howell. The flag bearer is Orderly Officer Acting Ishmael Hickson, and the escorts are Prison Officer 1 Wajima Williams and Prison Officer 1 Emil Paris. The Barbados Government Security Guards are next, and they're under the command of Security Officer Acting Alfred Holder. The second in command is Alicia Allen Webb. The flag bearer is Dexter Gibbs. The escorts are Yvette Rudder and Janine Pierre. The Barbados Youth Advance Corps is next to pay compliments to Her Excellency. They are made up of 2 detachments, an all-male and an all-female detachment. The all-male detachment will pay compliments first. They are commanded by Domenico Wolcott, and second in command is Dameril Thorpe. The female detachment is commanded by Giovanna Brathwaite Foster, and the second in command is Relisha Bernard Franklin. The flag bearer is Tijana St. Hill, and the escorts are Keon Wong and Norman Rutt. The final detachment is the Barbados Ex-Cadets Association, and they are under the command of Teron King.
Also celebrating this year, the Girl Guides Association of Barbados, their 105th anniversary today, as a matter of fact, November 30th. So very special congratulations to all current and former Girl Guides. I don't know if you ever pass out of that association.
Support the unarmed units.
And we can just see the pride as it beams on each person's face as they do the official salutes and walk past.
For most of the troops on parade, this is the moment they were preparing for a very long time. Want to give their very best show. Captain Brian Cole. That gets everyone back in their positions as we prepare for the next one. Making an appearance will be the Barbados Legion.
And of course, they have a membership roll of approximately 500 persons, a registered charity here in Barbados.
Do very good work looking after the needs of the more elderly ex-servicemen.
And of course, that includes widows of
Including
the ex-servicemen
widows.
as well. They're featured more centrally on Remembrance Sunday.
Ease.
The Barbados Legion and Drum Corps will now march past in quick time and pay compliments to Her Excellency.
They're under the command of Michael Graves, a former senior non-commissioned officer of the Barbados Defence Force.
The Barbados Legion is under the command of Michael Graves, and his second in command is Lawrence Herbert. The flag bearer is Everton Jordan, and his escorts are Pedro Aline and Fillmore Lewis. The drum major is Henderson Craig. They're marching to the tune The Few and the Faithful, composed by Sergeant Laura Payne.
If ever you get a chance,
We really need to recognize these gentlemen and ladies. They're certainly true patriots because although they're retired, they brave the weather conditions annually to show their commitment to our cherished Barbados. Let's give a round of applause to the Barbados Legion.
if ever you get a chance, you should check out the Legion as they do the changing of the sentry at the main guard. You may know it as the clock tower. Maintaining those old military traditions. Once serving in the military, you don't ever really leave. It stays with you, and every opportunity you get to continue service is generally taken.
And on this shot, you see just the beauty of the area that we're in today. The beautiful Caribbean Sea, just a stone's throw away from this Usain Bolt complex, a part of the University of the West Indies Cato campus here on the beautiful island of Barbados. And as we observe and celebrate our 57th anniversary of independence, and second year of celebrating ourselves as a parliamentary republic. We are here at this location with thousands of Barbadians, it seems to be, looking on the spectacle, splendor, and beauty on display.
The band continuing to play as they relocate to the original position on the parade. And they will also accompany the mounted troop who will do their compliments to the president. Being a former bandsman myself, I can tell you it is not an easy job today, playing music continuously through the parade.
Dare I ask, what was your instrument?
I used to play the clarinet. And spent many years on parades like this as director of music.
I would imagine that it takes a lot of concentration to not only keep in step with everyone else, but to play in tune as well.
Play in tune and keep your breath going, while watching for the various cues and signals from the drum major or the bass drum.
Well, the sun is certainly high in the sky as it becomes a little warmer on this Independence Day here in Barbados.
Well executed.
The mounted troop of the Barbados Police Service will now canter past. This is their way of paying compliments to Her Excellency. The mounted troop is being commanded by Station Sergeant Richard Walks, and the second in command is Sergeant David King. They're cantering past to the tune Matilda by Harry Belafonte.
compliments to their president. Compliments to their president having been paid by the armed units, the unarmed units, the Barbados Legion, and of course the mounted troop of the Barbados Police Service. We now move on to the next phase of the parade.
And we have coming up that display by the Barbados Landship Association, who will be celebrating 160 years of existence.
In open order. In rows. Yes.
And of course, because we must always look good in the military, they're dressed just one more time.
And of course, the parade commander is
Steady,
dressing
steady.
the parade and standing them easy to prepare for the display.
The front rank of the right half. Stand still. The front rank of the left half.
The Regimental Sergeant Major doing his
Right.
thing.
Eyes front. Right. Stand up. As. Stand easy.
That stand easy says you can
The
relax a little
Barbados
bit.
Landship Association proudly celebrates its 160th anniversary this year. Today's presentation was conceptualized by Geraldine Lynch in consultation with Admiral E. Graves of the Landship Association and features the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps, students of the school's Landship program, and the Independent Stuck Orchestra. The spirit of Barbados is the theme of the ship, a ship on a voyage filled with peril, steered by a crew with a spirit that can never be defeated. Today's display features the basic movements of the Landship, which are symbolic of the resilience, determination, and pride of the Barbadian spirit.
Now, of course, many agencies come together
Attention crew,
to make this possible.
please be advised that your embarkation will commence at this time. All directional staff, please proceed to your station.
Engines, are you
BSL, Devon March!
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is your onboard announcer speaking. Welcome to our beautiful ship, the Spirit of Barbados. During the next few minutes, we will be preparing and taking sail, and while at sea, conducting a mandatory drill, one with rhythm and imagination. This Bajan landship will sail in compliance with the Division of Culture.
Sailors, up! Attention!
must show fitness and strength to facilitate proper onboard actions. We must take a moment for some physical training to maintain overall health and wellness.
Sweet as Barbados.
The spirit of Barbados must be clean inside and out. Quartermaster Lynch, make sure that ship is ready.
Oh yeah. Ship is looking too clean. Section 20.
Oh, Barbados
Get him up, get him up,
must be
get him up.
ready. We need to get our act together. There must be no sloppiness on board. Now, this is no punishment.
Lift those knees.
This is for the promotion of alertness and focus. The spirit of Barbados must be a fit and shining beacon, a sparkling example for the whole world to see.
Attention! BSLS, roar of the sea! Come on! 160!
Ladies and gentlemen, as we leave safe harbor from the warm Caribbean shores across the Atlantic, which once tore us asunder, no longer subdued, we prepare to sail the world. As a free, motivated crew of brave, loyal sons and daughters of 160 years, our beats and movements must be in symphony.
Oh yes! Hold those sails!
At times we will encounter some high winds, possible boulders, and rough seas, but our banner flies high, declaring strength and unity.
There! High winds! Oh my gosh! Boulders! BSF! Take it down! Take it down! Come on, get it down! Take it to your right! Uh-huh! Take it to your left! Uh-huh! Take it center! Come on, get it out, get it out! Alright, you're having fun? Almost got it! Left face one! Right leg! Left leg! Hips firm! Right angle low!
Dear audience, when surrounded by the depths of uncertainty, the spirit of Barbados has always found her way. Like an African dance, we will find our natural rhythm.
Spider leg! Back these down!
Oh yes, our hearts will always find our ancestral beats.
Stay down!
And our souls will determine the common song.
Come on! Hold it right there! Take it to your right! Come on, take it to your right! Let's take it to your right! And hold it! Come on, take it to your right! Fix me! Hold it! Take it down! Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it! Take it down, take it down, take it down, take it down! Take it up, bring it up, bring it up! Attention! Salute! And down! Water turn to your right! Take it home! Follow me! Come on, follow me!
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our nation's youth. We have arrived, and we will proceed to disembark at this time. Let this artistic expression serve as an inspiring example of not only the beauty of passion, but also a story of resilience and triumph, our local heritage, and a gift from our ancestors to all of us. We also thank Abbott's and Company Limited for their sponsorship for outfitting the Barbados flagship. The spirit of Barbados will never die, but will always stay buoyant and adapt for her future endeavors.
For the members of the Spirit of Barbados ship in partnership with the Barbados Landship Association. celebrating its 160th anniversary. Today's contingent comprised members of the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps, students from the National Cultural Foundation Schools Landship Program, Deacons Primary, Grisette's Primary, Holy Innocents Primary, Mount Tabor Primary, St. Albans Primary, St. Mary's Primary, Wesley Hall Junior School, Ellerslie Secondary, Frederick Smith Secondary, Grantley Adams Memorial, and the Princess Margaret Secondary School, the Barbados Landship Ashanti Heaney, with 3 students of the Rennell Reeks Primary School being a part of their group. The 40-piece Independence Tuck Orchestra, with performers from the Israel Lovell Foundation, the Haynesville Youth Group, Isa Vibe, Phoenix Steel, Euphony Steel and Trumpet Boy Entertainment, along with students from the school's Tuck Band program. The coordinators, Geraldine Williams, Kevin Moore, Danielle Fort, Shelley Small, Shamara Brooms, Shelley Durant, Keisha Dorridge, Rashida Burton, Jediah Lazar, Raheem Walren, Ryan Aline, David Headley, Robin Watson, and Juanita Clark. Let's give them another rousing round of applause.
Oh, what a wonderful presentation.
The troops will now march
Indeed.
off in preparation
So nice to see
for
the
the
Barbados
next
Landship
phase
alive and
of
well.
the parade.
Absolutely. And in the background, in the middle of that zero, we saw the plaiting of the maypole. And of course, the choreography of Landship often tells the story of the Middle Passage. So very, very significant to be passing it on to the next generation of
Very,
Barbadians
Beijing.
160 years on. Well, coming up next, we're going to get ready to have the
next segment of today's activities. The troops will march off while we prepare for the presentation of the awards.
Still! The front rank!
Leadership badges
The left
for
half!
the children and the other national awards, which some of us await eagerly.
And we're hoping to see representatives of all primary and secondary schools in Barbados, both public and private. That will be followed by Her Excellency the President presenting the National Independence Awards and insignia.
And column of group by detachment. Barbados Boy Scouts leading. Move to the right in column of route. Right turn.
The troops, I'm sure, will welcome a little break from all of their focused concentration thus far.
Now the presentation of leadership badges to the head boys and head girls of the schools across Barbados was instituted a few years ago. And as you mentioned, it has come to be one of those parts of the Independence Day presentation that is very well received and much looked forward to.
Indeed, it makes it a day special to everybody, old and young.
Certainly it's wonderful to see so many Barbadians out in their national colors on this occasion.
Mass band marching them off to God Bless BIM on Independence Day.
classic from the Merry Men of Barbados. And of course, throughout the ongoing NIFCA season here in Barbados, the National Independence Festival of Creative Arts, the lead singer of the Merry Men, Sir Emil Straker, was aptly saluted as an icon on one of the many nights that the National Cultural Foundation sought to celebrate those who have contributed significantly to the national musical landscape. The University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus in the left of your screen, as you can see. The Usain Bolt Sports Complex, a part of that facility, as the air softens a bit, and I believe we can feel a few drizzles coming in. Hopefully the heavens will hold back just enough for us to complete today's presentation.
God Bless Them. This tune composed by the Merry Men and arranged by Sergeant Steve Somers.
Nice to see the corps of women on parade. Women in the Barbados Defence Force perform a myriad duties, clerical, administrative, and even command. Guard of Honor, always resplendent in their green ceremonial uniform. Followed by the masked band. Barbados Cadet Corps, Barbados Youth Advance Corps.
And it's wonderful to see that there are now so many young women as a part of the Barbados Youth Advance Corps that they now have their own detachment of sorts.
Very interesting. And they look so smart. Detachment of ex-cadets following, and of course the Barbados Legion behind them.
Can we talk a little bit about this toy soldier outfit that the detachment from the Barbados Cadet Corps is wearing?
This third detachment is wearing a uniform we've nicknamed the Nutcracker, but of course it displays Barbados colors and is used as a display uniform.
And of course, on this occasion, we get to see a number of agencies that aren't always as visible in the Barbados Prison Service and the Barbados Fire Service, just to the screen as we speak, marching by in the bright fire truck red, is it called?
You know, when you think of independence, you think of being able to stand on your own and look after yourself. And what we see on display on these parades are various services that illustrate, that demonstrate that we are capable of looking after our own interests. And of course, the next generation on parade says that the future is somewhat secure.
Absolutely. Now, these young people from the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps, they undergo a very strict training over a very short period of time. So this signals much advancement, no pun intended, based on what we're seeing in terms of what they've been able to do in that short space of time that they've been under the watchful eye of the Barbados Defence Force.
You know, it's a wonderful initiative. Sometimes people complaining about the waywardness of the youth, but rather than sit and criticize it, what we do is form them in a program that will develop them and make them viable and capable citizens for the
And
future.
of course, it's always wonderful to see members of the Barbados Legion representing. Dwindled over the years, as is expected, but nonetheless, here they are.
This is truly representative of all Barbados, from the little ones from primary school right through to the retired servicemen, all assembled to celebrate this very special day.
And just a moment ago, we got a glimpse, what seems to be a very rare glimpse at this venue, of a few of the dignitaries who are already here and seated and participating in and being a part of today's presentation. Of course, Barbadians, this has become much of a tradition for those who cannot make it out to witness the parade in person, as we would call it. They most certainly tune in to experience all that is on offer. And so far, I must say, it has been quite impressive.
Very much so. The flag orderlies lurking in the background might feel a bit forgotten, so I give them a special mention. And we just have just about the last of the troops off parade, with the parade adjutant bringing up the rear as we get ready for the next phase.
We can see the students being moved into
We
position.
welcome Mrs. Carolyn Reefer, Chief
Executive Officer of the National Cultural Foundation, who will guide us through the next phase of the parade, which will be the presentation of leadership badges, the presentation of national awards and insignia, the address to the nation by the Prime Minister, and the cultural presentation. Mrs. Carol Roberts Reefer.
Your Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, President of Barbados. The Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister. Your Honor, Patterson Cheltenham, Chief Justice. Members of Cabinet, members of the Senate and the House of Assembly, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, happy 57th anniversary of independence. This morning, on this 57th anniversary, we present to you the presentation of leadership badges, the inaugural Public Service Awards and Award of Recognition on this Independence Day 2023, and our Independence Honors. We start with the presentation of leadership badges to the head boys and head girls of both public and private, primary and secondary schools in Barbados. Leadership badges will be presented by heads of government associations and the private sector partnership. Her Excellency the President, the Honorable Prime Minister, and the Honorable Chief Justice will present the first three groups of leadership badges.
the students representing the primary and secondary schools. You can see the pride on their faces as she engages in brief conversation with each of them. And can we take a moment to acknowledge Her Excellency's hat? Of course, she's come to be known for these beautiful pieces. And this is a moment that these young people most certainly will never forget, or won't soon forget. Here comes Prime Minister Mia Amor-Motley to present a few more badges. And she too engages in brief conversation with our young leaders, head boys and head girls of each school here on the island. And I think at this point, we're maybe at the halfway stage or just a little ways past. After this, we will move into a speech by the Prime Minister, a cultural presentation, and of course, we will have the national awards coming up just after the presentation of leadership badges. It's wonderful also to see that many of the secondary schools across the island are introducing blazers with their uniforms as well, as the students participate in various, mostly oratorical contests and things of that nature. They usually come out in their blazers to add a touch of class to the uniforms.
Yes, this used to be a fairly standard thing in days gone by. I'm happy to see it return. This will be a day that these children will remember for the rest of their lives.
And as you can see, from the tiniest ones to some who are even taller than the PM herself, they're all here and representing our schools and the very best of what we want for our children here in Barbados, as not the future leaders of our country, but as our now.
This little girl must be saying to herself, one day I want to be PM.
That certainly is a possibility, as our first female Prime Minister and first President pin the badges on these young people. It's a true sign that anything is indeed possible. And I think maybe the teachers told them, you have to look serious as you get these pinned on. And there the PM goes telling him, give me a little smile.
There you go.
I love that they each get to greet and have a little chat. As you mentioned, certainly an unforgettable moment in these young lives. This young lady has a lot to tell the PM.
There's no doubt that this is certainly a motivation for our children to stay focused, to aim high, knowing that there is likely to be a reward if you do the best you can.
And I think initially there were some questions about whether it was suitable to have this done at this time before we move into the national awards and insignia. But what it does is it signals to these young people and the nation that they are of the utmost importance.
We have the Chief Justice coming to present a few more badges. When it comes to ceremonial and having things done in an orderly fashion, you can expect to see the military guiding the process.
Again, all of this is rehearsed. So no one shows up on the day without having gone through the paces. These young people are certainly not exempt and displaying their badges for the world to see as well. Again, brief conversations with the Chief Justice, with members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Cabinet of Barbados, specially invited guests, members of government, and members of the general public, all looking on.
Isn't it wonderfully symbolic that the message is sent, even in this manner, that today is a day for everyone, from the youngest who have the future ahead of them to those who have already achieved and being recognized for this.
And I would imagine that some of them are quite nervous, as you can see this young man closest to the screen preparing himself to receive his badge. I myself would be quite nervous.
Are
the
going
Chief
to be
Justice, the President of Barbados, the Prime Minister.
greeted by personages from the highest offices in the land. I think I would be a bit nervous.
Well, I myself am proud today too, and a number of my colleagues from CBC, we all decided to wear our humanitarian badges that we were awarded for work done in 2020.
Very smart indeed.
So we also are happy to be a part of today's presentation in more ways than one. And as we look at the spectators looking on here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex, many of them with their cellular devices out to memorialize this in their particular ways.
And again, isn't this a wonderful illustration of the fact that as a country we can weather any storm? You mentioned 2020. During that time, there wasn't so much excitement about what was happening. People felt isolated and disconnected, but we got through it. And here we are on the other side, having our normal parades at the highest standard. It is always an interesting signal of hope.
And even then, the military took center stage in assisting in coordinating things. I know you played quite a significant role in helping us through 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic, as it's often called. So for that, we as a nation really thank you.
Well, we are happy to serve. This is indeed the role of the Barbados Defence Force. As a small country, our military might not be facing bombs and bullets too often, but we defend Barbados against all the other things.
And here's a young man who was on show today in another way, who is also a head boy in his school, and he too is being pinned by the Chief Justice of Barbados.
This is Cadet Under Officer Tyrese Rice Holder, who's the head boy at the Princess Margaret Secondary School and one of the most senior cadets in Barbados. Very, very fine young man, I must tell you.
Do you have any information on the number of people who move away from the Cadet Corps and into the Barbados Defence Force?
These days, within the last couple of years, we have a transfer rate of about 60%.
That's excellent. We certainly have to get many more of our young people interested, which I would imagine is part of your mandate now that you're assigned to the Barbados Cadet Corps.
Well, this is why I took the job.
We have to say a special welcome and thanks for viewing to those of you down the region and across the world who are certainly checking in on our broadcast and sharing how delighted you are across the diaspora to be able to share in the celebration of our 57th anniversary of independence. And second year, today also marks that second year for Barbados as a parliamentary republic.
It must be said, Bajans the world over must be beaming with pride today as they observe a very fine parade, as they acknowledge that our youth are recognized, and a little later on we will have a recognition for a job well done to others. But it says that Barbados is strong.
Now they all return to the field for a collective applause from the guests and spectators here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. And even as there's much discussion about transforming our educational system in Barbados in the coming years, it's truly wonderful to see students representing all of our secondary schools being honored in this way so publicly on this occasion.
I think years from now they will look back at these old clips and think, wow, that was a really special day for me. And sometimes it just takes that little spark of recognition to inspire children to go on to all kinds of things, all kinds of possibilities.
Girls of public and private primary and secondary schools. An impressive presentation today.
Are going to get their opportunity to meet these young boys and girls. And if you're thinking this is quite a long presentation, it signals to you the importance and the prominence that it holds in the entire day's presentation. Now, we know that Major Patrick Skeet was in charge of the cadets for many years, and he recently passed away, will be buried coming up on Saturday. I know you will want to say a special word in his honor.
Well, I must tell you that I knew Major Skeet personally in several capacities. First, as a schoolboy, he was my teacher. Then he was my cadet officer. And as I became an adult, he became a very good and personal friend. And the Barbados Cadet Corps deeply mourns his loss. He'll be buried, as you mentioned, on Saturday. And I'm going to be spending the next few hours, days, making final arrangements to accommodate visiting dignitaries from right across CARICOM. That was the extent of his reach and influence.
With their badges proudly pinned and a word of inspiration from the presenters, row 1 returns to its original position, and we get ready for row 2.
As I watch, I'm somehow beginning to become convinced in my mind that this is a much easier surface to work on, as opposed to the maybe slightly uneven surface of the Garrison or the blisteringly hot surface of the Bridgetown port. So maybe this is a good medium.
And again, these intergenerational conversations that are much needed, not dating at all. The members of cabinet, permanent secretaries, and other specially invited persons who are greeting the students this morning.
And the first presentation, the second presentation party, now joined by members of private sector leadership associations.
Getting in there so you can see the badges a little better. And they were very specially designed as well a few years ago, specifically for this reason.
And for those who might be wondering why today, the student leadership badges are part of the National Honors System of Barbados.
What a proud look. And I'm sure the members of cabinet and permanent secretaries and members of the private sector association and so on who are part of this particular presentation are equally as proud to be able to pin badges on our future, the future of Barbados, our youth.
I think the pinning of the badges presents more than just an opportunity to be seen or to be engaged in an official activity, but it is a unique opportunity for these people to connect, to interact. I would suppose that on an ordinary day, it is very unlikely that the average school child in Barbados will be interacting with a member of parliament. And so this is a very neat way of keeping us all connected right across the generations.
Now, what advice would you give to any young individual who might be considering a career in the military? You yourself started out with the Cadet Corps and you've transitioned into a most illustrious career over the last 24 years as a member of the Barbados Defence Force. So what advice would you have for any young person looking on?
Don't think about it for very long. Just do it. You will not regret it. Naturally, the military is not everyone's cup of tea, as it were. But it will certainly shape you and mold you and help you to find and develop your best self. If you want to get your toes wet, so to speak, you can join the Barbados Cadet Corps if you're at school. And if you've left school already, the options are full-time service or indeed reserve service.
All members of the second row have received their leadership badges.
But test yourself.
A round of applause, please.
And the second row walks off to tremendous applause and cheers, as well deserved. And on this occasion, they're representing their entire schools, their communities. It's important for us to remember that as well.
Must be some very proud teachers and parents.
Even the placement of today's parade and what will follow after this part or this phase of the parade as we move on to the Lower Black Rock Road and march up to the Carlton cricket grounds. It really shows that we're still remaining at that grounded place in staying within the communities as we celebrate in this 57th year.
I must confess that that part of the parade was always my favorite. That march, whether it's through Bridgetown or anywhere else, when the bands get to show off their latest calypsos and the troops get to strut their stuff, is always a fine spectacle.
Certainly unity and pride will shine brighter than ever as we stand tall to celebrate the magic and pride and these unforgettable moments that really define our beloved nation.
Just want to return briefly to career options in the Barbados Defence Force. Just to mention that just about every job that you could think of is covered in the Barbados Defence Force. So we're not just frontline soldiers, but there are cooks and engineers and drivers and medics, and a full range of skills will be available to you with pay and training. If
And
that doesn't
speaking of
excite
training, I know the Barbados Defence Force, you certainly invest in your young people where they're interested in various fields. I know that they have opportunities to study locally and abroad as well.
Indeed, the Barbados Defence Force will support any program that will, of course, be benefit to the Barbados Defence Force. Our commissioned officers are trained to the highest international standards, and our artisans or technicians or service personnel in the broadest possible sense are all trained internationally or locally, but always to the highest possible standards.
On occasions like these, we hear words like patriotism a great deal. How has your membership in the, first of all, the Barbados Cadet Corps and your transition to the Barbados Defence Force shaped your view of patriotism?
Well, anybody who lives in Barbados
A round of applause
just
for
magically
row
falls
3.
in love with Barbados. And any opportunity to serve Barbados in whatever capacity is an exciting thing.
And I hope you've
I
noticed,
like the idea
as I've
of
noticed,
national pride.
that these students
I
are
like the idea
quite
of
adept
aiming for the
at
highest
following
possible
orders
standards for
with
yourself,
precision.
for your country.
Their march on and off has been clean and crisp.
And of course, you're hearing the voice of CEO of the National Cultural Foundation, Carol Roberts, who will be your commentator for this part of the presentation. Coming up next, national awards and insignia.
Did you get a sneak peek, Science?
Indeed. No further answers. But I'm sure Barbadians will be very, very pleased after hearing the names of the persons who will be honored on this occasion. We're seeing faces of members of the cabinet, of course, some government officers, all showing up today, resplendent in their national colors and proud to pin the badges on the young leaders of our country. And being around the military almost makes everybody seem as though they have to be a little more regimental. I guess you can see that even as they march off.
And let's hear it for row 4.
I'm sure they were told to be on their very best behavior. And maybe a stern look or two from the officers guiding
Our
them
sincerest
cemented
thanks
that.
to our presenters this morning, Madam President, Madam Prime Minister, Honorable Chief Justice, members of
could imagine
Parliament,
that.
members of Senate, members of Cabinet, leadership of public sector associations and agencies, and the leadership of private sector associations and agencies. A round of applause for our presenters. And a huge round of applause for this year's recipients of leadership badges. Today, we are pleased to introduce the inaugural Public Service Awards and Award of Recognition under the theme Public Service Transformation, Doing Things Differently. The Barbados Public Service represents the heartbeat of the country, and as such, an investment in its transformation is critical, relevant, and timely as Barbados faces significant challenges as a result of globalization. It recovers from the stress of COVID-19 and we seek to keep pace with the ever-changing global business dynamic. Today, we showcase two entities that are leading the charge in public sector transformation. We salute their initiative and leadership, as well as their best practices, as they dare to do things differently and champion change. The first Public Service Leadership Award is presented to Ms. Margaret Yvette Innes, the Acting Chief Immigration Officer, having served 44 years as an immigration officer. Ms. Innes joined the service in 1979 and became one of the first civilian immigration officers when the department transitioned from police to civilian service. As one of the pioneers, she has a track record for having a sound understanding of the relationship between migration, trade, and economic development. Ms. Innes employed the key initiative of cross-fertilization of skills to build competencies and enhance the ease of doing business to transform her department. The Public Service Leadership Award is presented to Ms. Margaret Yvette Innes for transformational and inspirational leadership of the Barbados Immigration Department. The Public Service Awards and Awards of Recognition are under the name of the Honorable Prime Minister, who will now present this year's recipients to Her Excellency, the President. We ask Ms. Innes to remain in place, and we move on to our second Public Service Leadership Award. Ambrose Johnson has worked with the Student Revolving Loan Fund, the SRLF, for the past 16 years, having first joined the organization as its first loans manager. Under his astute leadership, he has coordinated and implemented several new initiatives that have resulted in the Student Revolving Loan Fund increasing its operational efficiencies and expanding its loan portfolio. Having operational oversight for the information technology functions of the organization, he has seized the opportunity to leverage the use of technology to automate various processes and to enhance the customer experience for the SRLF's clients. The Public Service Leadership Award is presented to Mr. Ambrose O'Brien Johnson for transformation and inspirational leadership of the Student Revolving Loan Fund to attain new heights of excellence in engagement, performance, and customer service. Mr. Johnson, I ask you to remain in place as well, and we now move on to the Agency Awards. And the first award is presented to the Barbados Immigration Department, a department that stands as a testament to exceptional leadership. With a resolute commitment to its mission, the organization embarked on a journey towards a new and improved image, setting the bar for excellence in the public service. The department's envisioned introduction of e-visas, online document facilitation, and the EDRMS system signifies its relentless pursuit of modernization and accessibility. These initiatives symbolize a future where technology seamlessly meets efficiency. As we honor the Barbados Immigration Department with the prestigious Public Service Excellence Award, we celebrate its transformative leadership, dedication to service excellence, and tireless pursuit of innovation. This team stands as trailblazers, reshaping the landscape of the public service and fortifying Barbados' journey towards a brighter, technologically advanced future. The Public Service Excellent Award is presented to the Barbados Immigration Department for outstanding achievements in redefining and modernizing its services, setting an exemplary standard for transformation in the public service. Accepting the award on behalf of the Immigration Department is earlier recipient, Ms. Margaret Innes, Chief Immigration Officer. But she is joined by Ms. Janice Robinson, Deputy Chief Immigration Officer, and Mr. Carlyle Murray, Senior Immigration Officer. They are joined by some of the team from the Immigration Department. I invite you to stand, Immigration team, you already are, and be acknowledged. Congratulations and well done. The second agency award is presented to the Student Revolving Loan Fund. The transformation of the SRLF into an agile, sustainable, and efficient commercial state-owned enterprise has been a team effort under the guidance of the Minister of Education, Technological and Vocational Training, the Board of Directors, and the employees. They have all bought into the vision of making the fund a more customer-centric and sustainable entity. The first step in achieving this goal was making the fund the best place to work, and therefore the team ensured that its physical plant was conducive for its employees to feel safe and to produce at their optimum. The Student Revolving Loan Fund stands as a stalwart force driving societal progress through education, fostering the dreams and aspirations of countless Barbadians with unwavering commitment. For years, the SRLF has been a beacon of hope, providing empowering loans for tertiary education and igniting the flames of ambition. The Public Service Excellent Award is presented to the Student Revolving Loan Fund for outstanding achievement in redefining and modernizing its services, setting an exemplary standard for transformation in the public service. Accepting the award on behalf of the SRLF will be Mr. Ambrose Johnson and members of his team. He is joined by Mr. Alan Roach, Assistant Marketing and Business Development, and some members from the SRLF team. We move on now to the Award of Recognition. Founded in 1973 by Barbadian visionaries Harold Hoyt and Fred Gollop, later Sir Fred, and a team of pioneers, the Nation Publishing Company Limited stands proudly today as the leading publishing and media house in Barbados. This Black-owned business was built from humble beginnings in a modest rented softstone structure in St. Mary's Row. Here, the company began to develop and shape a product that solidified its place in this island's history. The Nation has built a reputation for the delivery of credible, accurate, and reliable news and information. In this era, when fake news abounds, it is clear that the source matters. The Nation has stood the test of time, moving from a weekly Friday newspaper, first published on November 23, 1973, to the introduction of the highly coveted family publication, The Sunday Sun, on June 3, 1979, and subsequently to daily publications as of March 1981. Today, the nation boasts of the constant delivery of news 24/7 via print and digital platforms, with a portfolio of products catering to advertisers and readers alike that include the Nation newspaper, the Daily Nation, Midweek Nation, Weekend Nation, Sunday Sun, and Saturday Sun, the Barbados Business Authority, and a collection of glossy publications such as the Better Health, Smart Homes, and Fine Cuisine magazine. The Nation pioneered local investigative journalism, breaking many stories. Through the Nation, we learned of poor and ordinary Barbadians and young high achievers of whose successes we would not otherwise have been aware. By reading the paper's pages, we became informed and connected with Bajans in the diaspora, and they remained as informed about home as if they were still living in local communities. For that work, it has become part of the national fabric, and today we pay homage to the service of the Nation newspaper, to this nation and its nationals at home and wherever they may roam. This award of recognition is presented to the Nation newspaper in appreciation of 50 years of outstanding achievements in print and digital journalism, serving Barbados, the region, and the Barbadian diaspora. Accepting the award on behalf of the Nation Publishing Company Limited is Mr. Noel Wood, Chief Executive Officer. Thank you very much, Madam Prime Minister, and a final round of applause for this year's Transformation Awards, public and private sector. Your Excellency, this morning, on the 57th anniversary of our independence, 36 outstanding citizens, 31 of whom are present today, and who are awarded in this year's independence honors, will be acknowledged and presented in the warrants. This year's awards have been made in the following classes: the Order of Freedom of Barbados National Honor, constituted by the Order of Freedom of Barbados Act, August 15, 2019, the Order of the Republic, the Honorary Order of the Republic, the Gold Award of Achievement, the Gold Trident of Excellence, the Silver Trident of Excellence, the Barbados Service Star, the Barbados Service Medal, and the Barbados Bravery Medal. The Order of Freedom of Barbados, for distinguished and extraordinary service to Barbados, the Caribbean diaspora, or to humanity at large. Presented to Mr. Reginald Ricardo Farley, for his distinguished career as a policymaker, diplomat, leader of industry and accounting, his sterling contribution to national and business development, as well as the cohesion of the social partnership, and his exceptional leadership of the Honorable the Senate. The Order of Freedom of Barbados, Mr. Reginald Ricardo Farley. Miss Carrie-Ann Furnell Eiffel, for her distinguished service in the Honorable Senate and outstanding contribution to the enfranchisement of persons living with disabilities through education, employment, and exposure. The Order of Freedom of Barbados, Miss Carrie-Ann Furnell Eiffel. Mr. Doudridge Denton Miller, for his exceptional career in local and regional banking, Caribbean money management, and entrepreneurship, and his sterling contribution as a transformation and international financial leader. The Order of Freedom of Barbados, Mr. Doudridge Denton Miller. The Order of Freedom of Barbados Honorary Awards. A distinguished person who is not a citizen of Barbados may be conferred an honorary appointment to the Freedom of Barbados, where it is desirable that the person be so honored by Barbados. His Excellency Paul Kagame, not with us today, but awarded for his recognition of his influential and constructive role, unswerving commitment, and proactivity in the mission to foster collaboration, positive international relations, and to promote economic diplomacy through the Pan-African network between Africa and the Caribbean. An honorary Order of Freedom of Barbados presented to His Excellency Paul Kagame, not with us today, but please let us acknowledge this outstanding achievement. The second Honorary Order of Freedom Award is conferred on His Excellency Mohammed Irfan Ali in recognition of his strong commitment to enhance cooperation and collaboration to achieve regional integration and to foster deeper social and economic partnerships, particularly in relation to food and nutrition security, and for the upliftment of the people of Barbados and the region. President Ali and President Kagame are at COP28 in Dubai and are unable to join us today to celebrate our anniversary of independence. But again, please acknowledge President Ali's outstanding achievement. The Order of the Republic for distinguished national achievement and merit, conferred on Alison Ermine Leacock, for her sterling contribution to broadcasting, media relations, corporate communications, training, human resource development, and educational technology, and for her distinguished service to Barbados as head of the National Transformation Initiative, the NTI. The Order of the Republic, conferred on Miss Esther Elizabeth Phillips for her outstanding contribution to the literary arts and as Barbados's first poet laureate, and for her commitment to maintaining and strengthening Barbados's cultural identity and developing the cultural industry through her body of work as a creative writer, publisher, and educator. The Order of the Republic, Miss Esther Elizabeth Phillips. Mr. Grantley Einstein Declare Morris, for his outstanding accomplishments in weightlifting and bodybuilding, his contributions to physical and municipal planning and development in Barbados and Canada, and for his philanthropic service to the Barbadian diaspora, particularly in Canada. The Order of the Republic, Mr. Grantley Einstein Declare Morris. Miss Angela Mary Simpson. For over 3 decades, this devout member of the St. David's Anglican Church has given tireless to many individuals and causes. For her excellent and dedicated service in support of the Barbados Prison Fellowship and the Barbados Cancer Society, her work to assist the A Give Back QC charity, and her indefatigable contribution to the development of the sport of horse racing in Barbados and to the Barbados Turf Club. The Gold Award of Achievement, Miss Angela Mary Simpson. And the Gold Award of Achievement is presented for a meritorious service or achievement in Barbados or a community within Barbados. The Gold Trident of Excellence for highly meritorious service or achievement in science, the arts, literature, sport, civic duties, or any other endeavor worthy of national recognition. Mr. Winston Hudson Bailey, for his stellar service to the University of the West Indies and his commitment to improving the conditions of the Barbadian diaspora in Jamaica. The Gold Trident of Excellence, Mr. Winston Hudson Bailey. The Gold Trident of Excellence, Dr. Ermine Claudine Augusta Bell, not with us today, but this honor is conferred on her for her exemplary service in the field of psychiatry and in the promotion of mental health and well-being in the public service and the wider Barbadian community, and her dedication to reducing the stigma attached to mental illness. The Gold Award Trident of Excellence, Dr. Ermine Claudine Augusta Bell. The Gold Trident of Excellence, Canon Curtis Stephen Roosevelt Goodridge, for his sterling service to the Anglican Church and Synod in Barbados, in particular the St. Lucy Parish Church, and his dedication to the spiritual development and improvement of the quality of life of persons in the northern communities of Barbados. The Gold Trident of Excellence, Canon Curtis Stephen Roosevelt Goodridge. The Gold Trident of Excellence, Miss Daisy Suzanne King, For her long-standing and distinguished service in the field of education as a historian, actor, dramatist, teaching professional locally and regionally, school administrator, and transformational leader, and her commitment to volunteerism, working for the advancement of youth, in particular, marginalized young people. The Gold Trident of Excellence, Miss Daisy Suzanne King. The Gold Trident of Excellence, Miss Shade Amelia Winnell Williams. For her outstanding achievements as a world-class athlete, track and field in particular, and her unrelenting efforts to be in global and to bring global acclaim to Barbados. The Gold Trident of Excellence, Shade Amelia Winnell Williams. The Silver Trident of Excellence, for highly meritorious service or achievement in science, the arts, literature, sport, civic duties, or any other endeavor worthy of national recognition. Daniel Owusu Boama, for his sterling contribution to the development of the Central Bank of Barbados and his dedication to capacity building, providing technical support to governments worldwide, and the training and development of emerging local, regional, and international economists. The Silver Trident of Excellence, Daniel Owusu Boama. The Silver Trident of Excellence, Jacqueline Michelle King, for her stellar contribution as a practitioner in the field of sports medicine in Barbados, her commitment to providing therapeutic support for national sporting teams, and her pioneering role in the co-founding and development of associations for the advancement of sports medicine, physical and rehabilitation therapy all across Barbados. The Silver Trident of Excellence, Jacqueline Michelle King. The Silver Trident of Excellence, to Miss Karen Louise Meekins, not with us today, but this award is presented for her outstanding regional and international representation of Barbados and her unbeaten record-setting achievements in the sport of squash and her dedication to the development of young players as a squash coach and mentor. The Silver Trident of Excellence, Karen Louise Meekins. Mr. Mitchell Anderson Nichols, for his extraordinary work, research, and scholarly achievements in sociocultural history and the heraldic art and the design of academic and national insignia, including the Order of Freedom of Barbados in 2019. The Silver Trident of Excellence, Mr. Mitchell Anderson Nichols. Mrs. Lana Cyriline Yard, for her dedicated and exemplary service to the government of Barbados and her unwavering commitment to lending her expertise in the provision of liaison, ushering, and protocol services to the public and private sector alike. The Silver Trident of Excellence, Mrs. Lana Cyriline Yard. The Barbados Service Star, for meritorious work in the public, fire, military, police, prison, or other protective services, or in any other similar field of endeavor. The Barbados Service Star, Miss Pamelia Tersina Brereton, for her outstanding activism, education, and raising the awareness of Barbadians about Alzheimer's and dementia disorders, and her dedication to the building and strengthening of the Barbados Alzheimer's Association. The Barbados Service Star, Pamelia Tersina Brereton. The Barbados Service Star, Miss Heather Yvette Dean, for her dedicated service as a mental health nurse and nursing tutor in psychiatric nursing, and her outstanding contribution in the delivery of healthcare services and administration of the Nursing Board. The Barbados Service Star, Miss Heather Yvette Dean. The Barbados Service Star, Lieutenant Commander Carl Alfonso Farley, for his meritorious service to the Barbados Cadet Corps and his dedication to youth and community empowerment through his work with the Sea Cadet Unit. The Barbados Service Star, Lieutenant Commander Carl Alfonso Farley. The Barbados Service Star, Mr. Maurice Wilfred Gaskin, for his outstanding contributions in the provision of environmental health services and his commitment in the delivery of public education programs. The Barbados Service Star, Reverend Stephen Anderson Lord, for his excellent contribution to the teaching profession and his dedicated service to the northern communities and the church in particular, the Seventh-day Adventist Church. The Barbados Service Star, Reverend Stephen Anderson Lord. The Barbados Service Star, Miss Natalie Shermaine Murray, for her commitment to philanthropy and dedicated service to the growth and development of church and the rural communities in St. Andrew. The Barbados Service Star, Natalie Shermaine Murray. The Barbados Service Star, Mr. Kevin O'Neill Vaughan, for his meritorious service and dedication to the development of the sport of cricket locally and regionally as a coach, mentor, and administrator. The Barbados Service Star, Mr. Kevin O'Neill Vaughan. The Barbados Service Medal, for meritorious work in the public, fire, military, police, prison, or other protective services, or in any other similar field of endeavor. The Barbados Service Medal, Mrs. Sharon Felicia Bellamy Thompson, for her sterling contribution to Barbados as an entrepreneur, philanthropist, and founder of the Fishers of Men charity, and her outstanding community service to assist children in care and those with disabilities, the homeless, and vulnerable families across Barbados. The Barbados Service Star, Mrs. Sharon Felicia Bellamy Thompson. The Barbados Service Medal, Mr. Renford Mark Harper, not with us today, but an award conferred for his stellar career of service in the public sector as head of the Government Security Service, and outstanding contributions as a practitioner and administrator in the provision of national security services, Mr. Renford Mark Harper. The Barbados Service Star, Miss Pauline Ernesta Holder, for her contribution as a long-standing advocate and dedicated service to early childhood development and youth and community empowerment through her work with the church and several youth, community, and service organizations. The Barbados Service Medal, Miss Pauline Ernesta Holder. The Barbados Service Medal, Miss Betty Omega Waith, for her dedication to community services in care of children, the elderly, less fortunate persons, and those living with disabilities, and her commitment to volunteerism in support of the St. John Ambulance Brigade and the District Emergency Organization. The Barbados Service Medal, Miss Betty Omega Waith. Miss Evelina Cecilia King Harper, for her dedicated community service and activism for the rights of those with learning disabilities, and her commitment to volunteerism in support of the Association for the Correction of Learning Disabilities, the Learning Center, and several service organizations. The Barbados Service Medal, Miss Evelina Cecilia King Harper. The Barbados Service Medal, Mr. Colin Anderson Van Dyne Williams, for his meritorious service in the field of environmental health and his activism on public health and social issues. The Barbados Service Medal, Mr. Colin Anderson Van Dyne Williams. The Barbados Service Medal, Mr. Ivor Sinclair Worrell, for his meritorious service as a youth advocate and a social worker, and his sterling contributions to community empowerment and the development of the sport of bodybuilding in Barbados. The Barbados Service Medal, Mr. Ivor Sinclair Worrell. The Barbados Bravery Medal for acts of bravery in hazardous circumstances. Mr. Roger Orlando Rock, not with us today, but let us applaud his efforts and award them for placing himself at risk while preventing extreme loss of property and loss of life of Mr. Antoine Alexander from a house fire at Queen Street, Nelson Street, St. Michael. The Barbados Bravery Medal, Mr. Roger Orlando Rock. The Barbados Bravery Medal, Mr. Marlon Elrico Van Wyck Tempro, for placing himself at risk while preventing loss of property and also loss of life whilst under attack by persons with firearms during a robbery while plying the Oistins route in the early hours of the morning of July 16th, 2023. The Barbados Bravery Medal, Mr. Marlon Elrico Van Wyck Tempro. Ladies and gentlemen, under bright sunshine, on this, our 57th anniversary of independence, please let us all join in applauding this year's inaugural Public Service Awards and Award of Recognition and those who made it to the list of national honors and decorations. A round of applause for all awardees. I thank you.
The Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, will now address the nation.
Madam President, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, President of the Republic of Barbados, distinguished members of Cabinet, the Executive, Parliament, the Judiciary, but above all else, Barbadians. This is our day. Happy Independence. And we must give thanks because we haven't gotten here by accident, but we have weathered some of the most difficult times in the last few years. And we stand tall and proud on this sunny day of our 57th anniversary of independence. For that, we give thanks as firm craftsmen of our faith. But as we give thanks, let us also remember that the journey is not over. And if the journey is not over, we will do well always to recollect purpose and mission. We would do well to remember the principles that hold and unite our nation together. And I ask us to pay tribute to those principles, the commitment to pride and industry in our motto, to excellence, as we have seen in the distribution of medals and awards today. But in particular, you would forgive me if I salute the Immigration Department and its leader, Margaret Innes, and the Student Revolving Loan Fund and its leader, Ambrose Johnson, for showing what is possible in the public service to cater to the people whom we serve. It is a good and right thing that we should give thanks to you and to inspire all others to believe that we, as we plow in service of this nation, can achieve excellence as we give back to our people. I want equally to recognize that beyond excellence, our commitment to social justice and social unity, to caring for each other, that these things matter not just in the affairs of state, but indeed in the daily practice of our lives as we engage with each other, family to family, friends, work colleagues, and indeed the stranger in the street. These are the principles that have sustained generations of Barbadians before us and must still do so today. As we equally remember that, we commit again to economic enfranchisement and economic resilience. Because at this very time when the world is struggling with being able to allow people simply to live in peace and simply to live on a livable planet, it becomes more and more difficult for many to sustain themselves. And our pledge to each other that we should lift people out of poverty, but equally commit to wealth, not just the earning of cash, but the generation of assets and wealth that can be passed from generation to generation. That we equally recall that caring for each other and economic enfranchisement and resilience cannot be done in a vacuum, and that the sustainable environment in which we live matters. And for those who don't remember that, ask the residents of Six Men's who previously lived on the coast and who were forced to become migrants in their own land purely because of the extent to which the ocean claimed the land on which they were born and they lived. Similarly, we commit to cultural preservation because who we are says everything about us. This is the country that when I say wah blow kill old cow, you don't have to wonder what I'm talking about. Or when we say we is we, you don't have to ask where that come from. This is our sanctuary, and this is the place we should always find comfort. And as we do that, we remember that we don't live in this world alone. And diplomatic engagement, brotherly and sisterly relations will always be necessary as we live on this planet as part of humanity. I ask us, even as we meet today, to recognize that Barbados, despite its size, not only can be friends of all and satellites of none, but capable of providing leadership beyond our size to ensure that the world can become a better place. Indeed, as we speak here today at this ceremony, word has come from the UAE that the world's nations have finally not only settled on the loss and damage fund, but the capitalization of it has started this morning in earnest. And we thank the people of Barbados for playing the role that we have played in ensuring that this most essential item of justice can help level the playing field for those of us who have become victims of the climate crisis. Will we today or next week see the capitalization where we want it? No. But it is the beginning. And as we have learned, step by step, we can ensure that justice is delivered. But my friends, as we commit to this as a nation, many of you may be asking, but we keep going. We're tired. We're talking about this and we're talking about that. The reality is that in spite of the beauty of the sun, in spite of the gentle, caressing nature of the breeze, in spite of the wonderful nature of our environment, we live in a world that is precariously placed. And we therefore give thanks for the journey, but recognize that the journey is not the destination. This year, Barbados has been adjudged as the 5th fastest growing economy in the entire world. That has not come by accident. That has come by dint of the sacrifice and of the hard work and the commitment to industry and the commitment to inclusive growth that we have put. We have known what it is to do things that people say shouldn't be done. We introduced the minimum wage in the middle of a pandemic when others said you can't do it and you shouldn't do it. But we saw the people who needed the helping hand and who needed the protection at the time when the environment was at its most vicious. We have known what it is to be in an IMF program and still ensure that the public servants of Barbados can receive 2 salary increases in 5 years when others would have thought that this was impossible. We have completed many of our mission critical items, and we went to mission survival during the pandemic, and during the ash fall, and during the freak storm, and during Hurricane Elsa, and during the consequences of war. My friends, whether we can stay focused for the major mission of transformation is not going to be determined by the government alone, nor the public sector, nor the private sector, nor the labor movement, nor the households, nor the firms alone. It will be determined by all of us cooperating to commit to mission transformation. And it doesn't mean that there will not be times when mission critical will have to be refocused. But our eyes must be singularly focused on transforming a nation. I want to thank the people of Barbados for allowing us over the course of the last 18 months to carry out a difficult conversation as to how we would preserve the quality of life of our seniors through our pension systems, both public pension and national insurance. It could not be done without the maturity of this nation that allowed our people to engage in this difficult conversation. But it doesn't stop there. We're engaged now in recognizing that poverty is not the mission of the Ministry of People Empowerment, but the elimination of poverty is the obligation of each and every one of us in every household in how we look out and take care of our brothers and sisters, whether in material goods or whether in the sustenance of the soul that is so critical. We ask also that we engage with the same maturity, not only in the discussion as to how we modernize our criminal justice system, our penal system, but above all else, our educational system. Our children have come into this world, and they did not ask to become victims of a system of educational apartheid. And if we continue to perpetuate it, believing that we should uplift 3 or 4 people and leave 5 or 6 behind, then we will be guilty of the greatest travesty that children of independence can be guilty of. We will not always agree on everything, but the essence of what we can do together to lay a pathway for our children is absolutely critical to the kind of society and the kind of inclusive growth that we can have as a people. So my friends, I understand that sometimes it's difficult, and that sometimes you may even be a little wary of the efforts that are necessary. But when you were a child and a teenager, there were things of which you tired too. But they were critical to your growth. They were critical to your sustenance. They were critical to give you the platform that could make you into adults, into a nation that would want to be inspired, exulting, free. Let us, therefore, understand that our lot, as I said in the last few years, is the lot to plant, to sow. And if we plant correctly, and if we nurture, others will come and reap. And some will reap a 3-week crop, and some will reap a 6-week crop, and some will reap a 3-month crop, and some will reap a 9 and 12 month. We will not all come in at the same time, but the importance of it is that we do not leave behind those who have not yet reached the destination. On this 57th anniversary, I ask us, therefore, as people of this proud nation, of this proud republic, that we remember the basics, be grateful, and be full of grace. Be committed and be constant in our purpose, because through our purpose, we can settle the missions. Last year, we told you we were talking about them. This year, on the 1st of May, we signed and committed to them. And the journey of execution is not an overnight journey, but over the next 7 years, we will show ourselves and the world that we know what it is to preserve our blue and green, not just our blue, yellow, and black. That we know what it is to ensure that cleanliness is next to godliness, and that we can return to the old practices of taking care in front of us, because many hands do make light work. That we know what it is to look in the mirror and love who we see, because that is, even though the second mission, it is only second to the environment in which we live, but it is the essence of who we are. That you don't feel smaller because somebody want to look down on you, because nobody is better than you and you are better than nobody. That we know what it is to understand that without food and water, the sustenance that we need to build and to plant will not be there. That we understand that we must keep ourselves healthy, and we must keep our country and our communities safe. That we understand that the order that left those with little and few with much cannot be the horizon that our children see. That there must be fairness and opportunity for all. And that as we enfranchise and empower, we continue to do so conscious that it is individuals who make the difference to attaining the mission. And that finally, we use this. We ensure that we are in a position to be able to use technology for what it is worth as a tool, but never forget that the ethics of each and every one of us as a human being is stronger than any tool of technology that we use. My dear friends, this is our day, but we are conscious that it is not the world in which we want to live. And there are some things over which we have little control, and there are some that we have great control over. Let us as citizens of Barbados, therefore, commit to do the things we can and change the things we must, and be resilient to the things beyond our control. I leave to go to COP later this afternoon because the world is at a stage that if we don't limit the increase in temperatures, and our best chance looks like now controlling methane, if we don't do it, the season of superlatives that has come to us this year will cause more drought, will cause more floods, will cause more hardship and more migration. This is not what we want. And little by little, if all of us across the world can play our part, then we, like our grandparents and great-grandparents, can conceive of a future that hopefully will allow dreams not to be deferred, not to be lost, but to be reached and to be celebrated, not as a wanton boast, but as a critical platform for our growth. I ask us now to stand and give 3 cheers to our great nation, and to remember those who could not be with us today, but to have them at the center of our thoughts, because Barbados is not only our country, Barbados is, and please forgive me, the best little rock that this world has ever seen. God bless BIM. Hip hip! Can't hear you. Hip hip! Hip hip! God bless BIM on Independence Day. Thank you.
Mia Amor-Motley, of course, the Prime Minister of Barbados. Quite a stirring presentation there, Major Taylor.
Yes, indeed. Stirring words.
Of course, you talked much about what we're doing on the world stage and where we need to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
You will note that the armed services have already formed up again just along the car park area outside of the
Let's
parade
welcome
square.
to the presentation area Hashim Durant.
It's time now for a cultural presentation.
Zukili Innis on saxophone with a musical presentation in honor of our 57th anniversary of independence. Hashim Durant and Zukili Innis.
Come on, songman.
The parade commander will now march the troops back on in preparation for the next phase of the. This will include the advance in review order, the salute to the nation, national anthem, and 21-gun salute, praise for the nation, national pledge, final salute, and departures.
Salute to the nation.
What can we expect in this segment of the presentation, or as you refer to it in the military or military terms, this next phase?
Well, this is a return to the traditional parade format, where we'll have what is called the advance in review order. We'll have the 21-gun salute. There will be prayers, the recitation of the national pledge, and of course the standing 3 cheers for Barbados, and then of course the final salute to Barbados.
Talk to us about the significance of the 21-gun salute.
Well, gun salutes have traditionally been accorded to the highest dignitary of the land, and it has its roots in an old naval tradition. When ships were visiting a port, when they were previously thought to be unfriendly, they would fire off all of their excess cannon, get rid of all the ammunition as a signal that we come in peace. And that has kind of come down through tradition to represented by a 21-gun salute, or indeed gun salutes of varying numbers depending on the level of salute. But 21 is agreed as pretty much standard for salute of the highest level.
And of course you mentioned that they will now advance in review order.
That just brings the parade a little closer to the front so that they can do their final salute and presentation.
And this, of course, is not the end, as the members of the band, the combined band, now make their way back onto the parade square.
Bringing the troops on to proud Barbadian Sand Pebbles.
Definitely some classic favorites.
Touch of spooge in the rhythm there of the band.
I love the effort to absolutely bring it home. And of course, this is a showcase of who we are in many ways. It adds some of our British past, but with a true Barbadian flavor.
Indeed. Traditional meets our own. And I think that's the way we'll have to approach many things in Barbados. We've had a very long colonial history. We've had now a long period of independence. And some of those traditions will of necessity be retained until we can find a way to recast them in our own image, as it were. But we can tell from the music today, you can tell from the colorful nature of the uniforms, that we are of age. We have a sense of what is Barbadian and how Barbadians do things without any sacrifice of the highest standard.
Let's enjoy some of this now as the troops make their way back onto the parade square in review order. We are coming to you live from the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. Bridgetown in the background of that shot, just to show those of you who might not be aware how close we are to the capital city. Everything in Barbados is close, but what a gorgeous shot of the Usain Bolt Sports Complex and the surrounding environs.
Support to the troops as they march to Carlton.
there's a way that marching troops tend to feel the groove of the music and move accordingly. I'm always amazed to see it. And of course, the traditional march to the fallout point, and the bands typically crank it up a notch, which the troops have always enjoyed.
Our troops definitely march with a swag to the beating, the music, the drum. Makes all the difference.
No denying our genetic heritage, so to speak, when we respond to the drum.
What a beautiful day in Barbados. A wonderful day to celebrate. We started just around 7 o'clock this morning. We're 4 hours in and barely feeling it. Started out with some cloud cover, now bright sunshine, but still thoroughly enjoying it. And for those of you who are watching online or on CBC TV8 in your various platforms, this won't be the end after the toast to the nation or the salute to the nation. After this, the troops and unarmed detachments alike will make their way out onto Walmer Lodge, up Lower Black Rock, and onto Carlton Supermarket. Then they're going to disperse
the
on
Carlton grounds.
the grounds of Carlton Cricket Club. Just watching it, I can almost hear the synchronized steps as you see them move together. And of course, that resonates with power and pride, echoing through the air here. And I can see people taking up at various vantage points from their galleries, and as we would say in Bajan parlance, to be able to capture a view of something that traditionally has been closed off from the public, bar if you are at the facility. So for example, Kensington Oval and other areas, not a lot of houses or residential areas around the garrison or the Port Authority, but certainly here at this facility, it is in the midst of our community, which is what we really want. It's beautiful to see, and even more amazing to listen to the sweet sounds.
We take it right through Barbados, the village.
Parade! With advance! Right! Turn!
The troops will now be put back in their proper positions to prepare for the what we call the advance in review order. Just taking the time to get everyone back in place.
And then, of course, in all of this, we have the dressing of the troops as well, because, as you mentioned, precision is the order of the day.
Those lines must be straight.
Look at those faces. This is what we love to see.
Pray! Order! Arms! Pray! Thunder! Ease!
Parade second in command, getting it all ready. And he will take his place. Parade commander now returns to resume command and control of the parade. Major Drakes would have done many, many, many parades in his time, coming through the ranks.
Parade! Turn! In open order! Inwards! Yes!
You see your military knowledge improving. You did predict that they would be dressed, and here it is. Because everything must be just right. The center of the parade, of course, is wherever the parade commander happens to be standing, which is happens to be demarcated by this line that we can see. And he will be standing directly opposite the color party. When the regimental sergeant major is satisfied that all is well, he will give the eyes front and we will carry on. Traditionally, the regimental sergeant major, or indeed any other warrant officer class 1, though junior in rank to a commissioned officer, do carry a certain amount of respect and assumed seniority, to the point where I don't mind telling you that junior officers, second lieutenants and lieutenants, maybe even a very junior captain, steer well clear of the regimental sergeant major.
Arms! Unarmed units! Outwards! Turn!
So the unarmed units on the outward flanks of the hollow square are turned to face the front, so they can advance
review
together.
order by the center.
Ladies and
Quick
gentlemen,
march!
please stand.
I'm bringing back memories of our childhood. And you can see my little brown girl.
Which just happens to fit perfectly with the 14 paces taken in the advance in review order. Her Excellency the President and the Honourable Prime Minister escorted to the parade ground to be part of the salute.
Next will be the salute to the nation, a presidential salute, the playing of the national anthem of Barbados, along with a 21-gun salute.
Praise! Salute to Barbados! Present! Arms! Right, shoulder, arms. Order, arms.
That is the salute to the nation
Right.
of Barbados.
Left has bowed. Stand up. Arms.
That was the salute to the nation
Please
of
remain
Barbados.
standing
And
for
now
the
we go
prayers.
to prayers.
Prayers for the nation will now be delivered by Reverend Wayne MacDonald Curtin, Rector of St. John the Baptist with Jesus, the Good Shepherd.
Let us bow our heads in prayer as we invite God's blessing on us as a nation. Guide us, Lord, in all our doings with your gracious favor, and further to your continual help, that in all our works begun continue in you as a nation, we may glorify your holy name, and finally by mercy attain everlasting life, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Loving God, your Son Jesus Christ came that we might have life and have it abundantly. Pour out your blessing upon our nation. Where there's illness, bring your healing touch. Where there's fear, strengthen us with the knowledge of your presence. Where there's uncertainty, build us up in faith. Where there's dishonesty, lead us into truth. Where there's discord, may we know the harmony of your love. Guide and protect all heads of state and all who bear rule, especially in our land. Dame Sandra, our President, Mayor, our Prime Minister, and all members of Parliament. Direct those who administer justice and strengthen those who guard and protect our land. Enlighten with your spirit all places of education and learning. And Lord God Almighty, you have made all the peoples of the earth for your glory, to serve you in freedom and in peace. Give to the people of our nation a zeal for justice and the strength of forbearance, that we may use our liberty in accordance with your gracious will, through Jesus Christ our Lord, who lives and reigns with you in the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. And together we say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, And forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you.
The National Pledge will be guided by Dana Rose McLean and Roger Harris, head girl and head boy of the Good Shepherd Primary School. Please repeat after them.
Praise! Praise! Turn!
I pledge allegiance to my country, Barbados,
My country,
and to my flag, to uphold and defend their honor, and by my living, to do credit to my nation, wherever I go.
Praise! Well, remove headdress. Remove headdress. 3 cheers to Barbados. Hip hip. Hip hip hip. Hip 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 hip. Praise! Well, replace headdress. Replace headdress. Shan. Praise. Salute to Barbados. Present arms. Raise. Shoulder. Arms.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain standing as we move into the final phase, the departure of dignitaries.
Right.
First to depart is Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, President of Barbados.
Presidential salute. Present arms.
Please continue to stand for the departure of the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. We ask you to remain standing for the departure of His Honor, Sir Patterson Cheltenham, Chief Justice of Barbados. Thank you. You may be seated. The final dignitaries to depart are Commodore Errington Sherlin, Chief of Staff, Barbados Defense Force, and Mr. David Boyce, Commissioner of Police, the Barbados Police Service.
Chief of Staff and Commissioner of Police make their way out. They'll be joining the Prime Minister at the saluting point.
Arms!
So at this point, once the dignitaries have all departed, that the various units will
Inwards! Turn!
group themselves by association for the
Right!
march.
Stand up! Yes!
The bands will separate and
The parade is being positioned for the march to Carlton Cricket Grounds. The Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister, and her cabinet will take the salute in front of the City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union in Blackrock. The parade will proceed to Carlton Cricket Ground, going south on Highway 1 along Upper Blackrock Main Road and making a right turn onto Brighton and continuing to the Carlton Cricket Grounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have definitely enjoyed guiding you through this morning's parade as we continue this celebration of Barbados' 57th anniversary of independence. Kindly be safe, and we invite you to feel free to view the ceremonial march to Carlton Cricket Grounds anywhere along the route. On behalf of Second Lieutenant Lisa Holmes, I am Captain Michael Jules, wishing you all a very happy Independence Day.
What a commendable presentation it has been today. And as the parade commentators make their way out, so too do all of the technical crew who are here positioned and getting ready for that march up Black Rock, because it doesn't all end here. It continues along the route, and I feel that there will be much energy as we move through the Black Rock community. There are lots of people already lying in wait just to get a glimpse of the passing parade.
Yes, I think we've had a very successful parade. All the elements of it well executed. And this is, in my view, the fun part about to happen.
Yes!
Now, you mentioned that for many years you were a part of parades like these, being on the field, playing your clarinet as a member of the band. What would you be feeling at this stage where the bulk of it is past you, but now you get to show off what you've been doing and really practicing for after all these months?
Absolute relief that the hard part is done and the fun part is about to begin.
And of course, we saw what Barbadians love to do on holidays like this just a moment ago as we took that big shot of this beautiful location. A little bit of sailing. I know lots of Barbadians will be heading out to the beach and various picnic spots and so on later on as we acknowledge the 57th anniversary of the independence of our beloved country. Lots to do and see. Some might opt to rest, but whatever you're doing, we'd of course love to thank you for tuning in and sharing with us over the last few hours.
I expect the roads along Black Rock will be lined with onlookers, and some lucky people may get to view the parade from the comfort of their home.
I can guarantee you they will, having grown up in the Black Rock area. Lots of amazing vantage points along the way, but I must tell you that water looks truly divine, and that is what Barbados is made of. If you're watching online, I know lots of people from across the diaspora usually tune in as well. This is what we enjoy every single day. And as we make our way up to Carlton, I'm sure that you're going to see some other amazing sights and people all along the way.
This is Barbados. The sea, the green. All of our services are representatives thereof lined up, formed up, demonstrating that we are solid. We are a good people.
And there we go as the band strikes up. Usually there was a famous broadcaster who would say, strike up the band, we're going home. Strike up the band, we're heading up Black Rock. So that's where we're going. If you are close by, come out and show our troops, as well as the unarmed detachments, your love and appreciation for all of the work they do for us and with us throughout the year, and that they will continue to do even after this.
See the Guard of Honor from the Barbados Regiment, first out of the blocks, as it were. They will be accompanied by the band of the Barbados Defense Force, with wonderful support from the band of the Barbados Cadet.
Can you now share any memorable experiences or stories from past Independent Day parades that you would have been a part of?
Wow, that's a good question. Of course, I did independence parades in the band from as early as maybe 13 or 14 years old. So I remember being a young cadet and being absolutely honored to be playing in the big band under, at the time, the Director of Music, Dr. Christopher Atherley. The parades are always somehow different, but there is a consistency about them that's reassuring. And I recall some parades were very warm, some parades were very wet, but all the parades were fun.
I love that. And many Barbadians, maybe the older ones, will tell you that around this time of year, we usually expect some rain as we reflect on that first independence celebration. It was a wet time at the Garrison Savannah, so we usually expect some showers of blessing around this time. Very happy that these showers held back. As we mentioned, a few clouds in the sky, but smiling on us all day today.
All part of the story to be told.
Absolutely. And look at that engaging and gorgeous view with the University of the West Indies campus at Cave Hill in the background. Of course, the ground here at the Usain Bolt complex in the foreground, as the troops prepare to make their way onto Walmer Lodge, up past the roundabout at the bottom of University Drive and onto Blackrock Main Road for a short trek over to the Carlton complex, where the dignitaries will be waiting for them. The president, however, does not join at that place.
I'm sure the president will have returned to State House, and the salute will be taken by the Honorable Prime Minister.
Now, this is not where it ends either. Even after that, as you mentioned, the president goes on to State House, and that is where all of the honorees are then feted, if we can deem it as such.
Or some other such, shall we say, posh activity.
Absolutely. The military is not exempt. I know at your various bases, you too make merry.
Well, this is the reward for a job well done. I suspect there's going to be some eats and some, or should I say plenty, drinks.
All right.
I may take the opportunity to invite you to come to the Barbados Coast Guard base at Pelican to have a little one with us.
Well, as long as it's a little one. I accept the invitation. And I must say, this might be a surprise to you, but I've never been to the military base at Pelican before, ironically. So I look forward to looking at it. I'd like to say a special salute to our entire technical crew from the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation and the Joint Services of Creative Junction, the service provider today. It takes a great deal to be able to put on a production like this or cover a production like this. Lots of involvement. I mean, so many rehearsals, and no matter how many times you do it, there's always something you feel like you can do better.
There are many moving parts, as we like to say. Fantastic job by the crew.
And here they go. So here's where we get to more or less let our hair down, so to speak. No hair from you, Major Taylor, but I absolutely can do that. And enjoy our troops and the music of Barbados as they continue to feature some of these amazing songs that truly capture who we are musically.
It is traditional that the...
So let's take a look back at some of the songs that were featured during the parade today. And what I particularly love is that some members of the Barbados Police Service have been able to arrange them in a different way, so you are sharing them to a new generation of Barbadians in a different way.
Yes, and I must tell you that this is not at all a new thing. We've had many of our musicians compose marches and all sorts of other music. But today is the first time that I recall that just about everything on the program has been written by a member or former member of the bands, apart from the traditional folk songs.
And even as they move, look at the precision
Yes.
with which they make their way out of the compound to join the main road, Highway 1 on Walmer Lodge. These songs truly embody who we are as a people and in a number of instances take us back to our collective and individual childhoods.
Yes, in fact, whenever I hear the folk songs like Pat Your Back and Bromley, you know, you can't help but remember childhood days. But the use of these very almost characteristically Barbadian songs really adds a touch of something special to the ceremony here. And then, of course, we have the more contemporary music written in the style of a traditional march, but of course, very much Barbadian in content.
Oh, and there they go. These are your first shots of them making their way. This is the front of the Usain Bolt Sports Complex, a part of the University of the West Indies CAFL campus. And again, the spectators have set up at various vantage points on both sides, lining the road as they pass through. And what's that chant we can hear, Major Taylor? Seems to be coming from the troops. Of course, it's in the distance as we make our way along. We're going to try to bring you continuous coverage as well. But as you know, once you're on the move, then there are many possibilities.
I think that chant is the troops trying to buoy themselves up, get ready for the journey.
Absolutely. It's been a long time.
It is quite a spectacle, and to my mind, actually part of the ceremony, that march through the streets. Another great one, struck up by the band of the Barbados Police Service. Proud Barbadian. And it's going to be like this for the entire route. Calypso after calypso after calypso.
Do the troops have a hand in selecting the songs that are played? Is it out for a vote or is it decided?
Well, yes and no. The director of music will generally choose the program. But if the troops don't like it, it's not played again. So, you know, you gauge the feedback of the troops. And I've heard it said, in fact said to me directly, that I didn't like that one so much, but that one really made me feel like going. So it is a real motivation for the troops, and that's one of the important duties of the band, not just on parade, but also it's the heartbeat. It's the heartbeat of the troops.
Absolutely. You know what they say? They say music is the heartbeat of dance, but dance at its core is about movement. So they all tie together.
Yeah, the other interesting thing is that most of the calypsos, and sometimes the very latest ones, are all arranged by members of the band or former members of the band.
And it's always beautiful to get a vantage point of areas that we often drive by, whether in public or private transport, and don't take that much note of. But in instances like this, where we have cameras and people making their way along, you tend to see things that you probably wouldn't on an average day zooming by the area. As you can see, the area just outside the facility already closed off to vehicular traffic. So if you're heading out, you might want to plan an alternate route. We are taking over Black Rock Main Road.
What an interesting view with the mounted troop of the Barbados Police Service out front, leading the procession, as it were. Of course, these two Coast Guard men at the front of the parade. They are there because they know the route, and the parade commander will follow them.
All right. So talk to us about these guys, because we saw them for the arrival of the dignitaries as well. You know, they're usually strategically placed, seemingly to guide.
Well, they function as car door openers for the dignitaries. And this is another duty that they will perform, which is actually leading the procession. They're typically members of the military police. But what an impressive spectacle, and colorful.
And sometimes we forget, even in urban Barbados, how pristine, how green it is around our communities. Of course, green space is very, very important to our livelihood in more ways than one.
The rather impressive looking Guard of Honor leading, followed by the band of the Barbados Defense Force and the Barbados Cadet Corps. And they'll be followed by the Barbados Coast Guard and of course the Barbados Cadet Corps. And that is representative of the three distinct elements of the Barbados Defense Force. That is the Barbados Regiment, the Land Forces, the Barbados Coast Guard, Naval Maritime Forces, and the Barbados Cadet Corps, the youth wing. All each with their own distinct command, falling under the overarching command of the force headquarters.
And this area in and of itself bears so much significance in Barbados history, just outside the Lazaretto here in St. James. Much history tied to our past. So if you don't know the history, now's the time to go look it up. But this area is very significant for more reasons than one. And for people like me who can't quite comprehend what it takes to march hands inclusive and at this steady pace for such a distance, talk to us about what the troops are feeling at this time. I know you said the music helps to drive them.
Well, but for members of the armed forces, this is a pretty easy one. This is a fairly easy march, at a pretty steady pace. But of course, these same smart-looking soldiers are the same soldiers who, when they don their combat gear, can put on a heavy backpack and run with a rifle for several miles. It is an interesting life of a soldier because the ceremonial duties are one responsibility, but of course you have your everyday job, and then there are times when the work is a little harder.
So what accounted for that change that we just saw with the sick under the arms? Is that just a movement along the parade square?
Well, the Guard of Honor, they're marching with their SLRs, the self-loading rifles, and they're not light. And every period they will change arms, given a specific command, just to keep things in balance.
Now you would have heard a band strike up just behind us. Those are the unarmed detachments that are just leaving the complex following the departure of the armed.
Yeah, one or two of the unarmed units, the Scouts and the Girl Guides, etc., have their own bands or corps of drum these days. And they take great pride in marching their own troops to their own drums.
And that, of course, was the band of the Girl Guides Association. As I told you, they're celebrating something major today as well. So on this day, they absolutely have lots to celebrate along with Barbados. So they will be looking forward to you spreading some love as they make their way It was all started on November 30th, 1918. The first guide meeting was held at the Governor's House at Queen's Park. And our president, Her Excellency Dame Sandra, is the patron of the association. Today marks the 105th anniversary then of the Barbados Girl Guides Association. And here we are, just the mounted troop just passing outside of the service station on Walmer Lodge, giving you certainly a different view from what we're accustomed to.
Happy anniversary to the Girl Guides. And I'm really enjoying these aerial views by the drone unit. Yet another facet of the Barbados Defense Force.
Absolutely. So I know that these days, with the advent of that type of technology, you're able to look at areas, because before this area, it was determined this route would be used, obviously you would have scouted the area as well.
Aerial surveillance certainly makes that easier.
And here we go, a different view.
A different view
of this area, but a gorgeous view. We also have coming up shortly the 120th anniversary of the Barbados Cadet Corps.
Indeed.
Share a little bit more about what's planned.
Came into being in 1904 and has been continuously active since then. So next year we are planning a very big celebration where we will take the opportunity to showcase various activities of the Cadet Corps.
And we most certainly look forward to that. Here the troops are. It's a different feeling to see them marching through the streets of Barbados. Even more so than seeing them here on the parade square. That's where we expect to see them. For a lot of young Barbadians in particular, a lot of them see the military and the Barbados Police Service in a certain light, sometimes not in the way that we would like. So for them to see a display of these organizations in this way, celebrating Barbados on this most auspicious occasion.
And no doubt inspiring to youngsters watching on.
Absolutely. It truly is inspirational, if only. And as they prepare to march past a few churches in the Black Rock area, here they go with a strike up here with a little more oil in my lamp. Another favorite of what we used to deem the breakaway churches, Pentecostal. All that's left for us to do is break out some tambourines and break out in song. But it's a true representation of who we are as Barbadians. There is always some measure of spirituality in whatever we do, and I think we should aspire to continue along that line.
I completely agree.
All right, and now because we've become so familiar with the various detachments, we can pick them out from these aerial views as well as they go along. So we could see the toy soldiers or the Barbados Cadet Corps in their toy soldier uniforms, as they're so deemed, making their way just behind the
Guard of
BDF.
Honor.
And then, of course, we had the Coast Guard following and the Barbados Cadet Corps as
and not to
well.
leave out the corps of women who are on parade today.
Oh, the first of them are crossing the roundabout at the bottom of University Drive. Just like you, I truly am enjoying these aerial views. It's totally different.
I didn't realize it was so pretty.
It is indeed gorgeous. Sometimes you don't see the forest but for the trees. We're so accustomed to taking in our environment in a particular way that we don't recognize the beauty that others see when they come to our shores. But it's wonderful to see so many little ones along the route.
A beauty each of us has a responsibility to maintain and protect.
Oh, just look at that. And they're going to make that first turn. They're just passing the very popular Flash Zone Bar at Lower Black Rock.
I suspect one or two of the soldiers are smiling as they march by.
As we told you, this is the opportunity to kind of let their hair down. I mean, they won't break ranks, or they most certainly, you know, won't step out of line.
There will be no bad behavior.
However, this certainly is very different from what we've experienced here on the parade square. And there are some people, I mean, most people aren't just taking a stationary vantage point. They're kind of walking along with the troops as well as they make their way up Black Rock or down Black Rock, depending on how you look at it.
There will be many well-wishers and family members and friends and supporters of various troops on parade who will follow them along the route and get a wave if they can.
And here's where we get to the point where we can see the adjacent Mighty Griner Highway, the traffic flowing in the opposite direction. Some of it on pause, obviously, for the troops and unarmed detachments to go by. And what a beautiful country we live in. These aerial views are absolutely stunning. And we've lost a bit of the music, but we're absolutely still enjoying the presentation. And we're expecting to see some closer shots as well. There we are. What the team has done is they've all loaded onto a nice little golf cart and they're making their way up Black Rock as well. So we are picking up some of the sound from the band.
I like the way that the troops have opened themselves up in spacing and have commanded the whole road.
And of course you can hear the well-wishers giving them some positive words of encouragement, even applause as they walk by, march by.
Note how in a smart soldier-like and uniform manner they change arms.
Explain further.
Because the rifles are a little heavy, and in fact I'm feeling a little sympathy for the members of the Cadet Corps who are carrying the old 303 rifles from World War I days, and those things got a little heavy after a while. And so to prevent unwanted wear and tear on your hands and fingers, the arms are changed periodically along the route. Change the side.
Now we've doubled back as we zoom out to get a view of the unarmed detachments who are making their way all the way up through Black Rock.
And not to be outdone, they have spread out and taken over the entire road.
Well, it truly is beautiful to see. How do you feel when you see the public support and appreciation during parades like this?
Well, I can tell you it is very reassuring for the soldiers because you do this as a matter of duty, but to have it appreciated by your people, by your friends, by your family, gives it that extra special meaning.
On a personal note, though, what does it mean for you to serve the nation on such a significant day? I know you're not on the parade square right now, but you most certainly have guided us through this process.
Well, I have spent the vast majority of my life in uniform in the Barbados Cadet Corps, as a member of the Barbados Regiment Reserve, as a member of the Barbados Defense Force and full-time element, And I vowed that I would not be wearing any uniform after age 50. That didn't work out very well. And here I am, still in uniform, and having the honor to be part of the administration of the Barbados Cadet Corps, so that the next generation will have the benefit of what I experienced and make my contribution in that way.
How would you say your engagement with the Barbados Cadet Corps at this stage, having experienced such a long and illustrious career with the Barbados Defense Force? Talk to us about the subtle and stark differences.
Long, I'm not sure about illustrious, but certainly working with the Cadet Corps, particularly coming out of the COVID interruption, has been very interesting because we've had to get a number of things going again. It's been very heartening to see the enthusiasm of the young first formers entering school and signing up for the Cadet Corps, and watching the ones who are already in move up the ranks and develop their skills in all kinds of activities, including leadership. And I think that is the main aim of the Cadet Corps, to develop the next generation of leaders.
Absolutely beautiful. So as you can see, we're practically on our own here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex, as all of the detachments and spectators alike have left us for greener pastures. That means they're along the route trying to get every vantage point, and they themselves are making that trek as well up Black Rock Road.
I'm sure there will be friends and family members and well-wishers of the soldiers, their cell phones out just trying to capture a little video of the activity.
Yeah, but they're moving quite quickly. My goodness, look at this view. Never thought I could see my neighborhood in this light. It just shows you that when you look through a larger lens, it gives a totally different perspective. And that can be applied to all areas of life.
It's a very good analogy for all sorts of things. And I must confess, I had no idea that the area was so large.
And this is just where I grew up, right here, opposite the Nazarene Church on Black Rock. So a special good morning to everybody in that area, Danesbury, Freehill, St. Stephen's Hill area, Retreat Terrace, everyone in that area. We absolutely love to see it. Good stuff. We lost contact there for just a moment, but I'm sure we're going to be back shortly. It certainly is beautiful to see what's happening as the troops make their way to the Carlton shopping complex, where dignitaries, members of cabinet, and of course Prime Minister Mia Amor-Mottley will be waiting for that final salute. Once they get there, though, tell us exactly what will happen. How will they form up? Are they going to keep the form that they have, and you know how they've spread out? Will they come closer?
Yes,
How will it occur?
Give the salute pretty much in same formation that they're in. Then they will proceed to the point where they will dismiss and disperse. And I'm sure they'll be looking forward to some refreshment.
Absolutely. You know, after all of this, when the troops head back to home base, and you enjoy a little refreshment and some fellowship, then are you able to go off and rest, or is it work as usual once you're finished with this?
Well, traditionally on a day like today, it is a long period of refreshment. Most of the various elements of the force, whether it be the officers or the warrant officers and senior non-commissioned officers, or indeed one of the bands, they each have their own little get-togethers.
Now here's Prime Minister Mottley. She is already at Carlton, and she's taken this opportunity to have a long and what seems to be a meaningful conversation with a young lady who looks to be in the single digits.
I don't know how many countries in the world where anybody can claim, "Oh, I just got a hug from the Prime Minister."
This is true. I remember years ago experiencing the shock of a number of students who were visiting Barbados, and they saw the then Prime Minister drive up in his personal vehicle, alight from the vehicle, wave, stop, and talk to a few people, and they were pretty surprised. And they were from right here in the Caribbean region too. So we have a lot to be grateful for. So many people hanging around and waiting, and all bedecked in their national colors. It's always wonderful to see that it's not too hard to encourage Barbadians to get out in their blue, yellow, and black around this time of year.
From the tiniest ones to the ones of more mature years, everybody's out today celebrating.
A few Barbados flags are being flown as well.
A number of schools, etc., had their own Independence Day parades with a pretty high standard, actually.
Oh,
of
that's
course,
absolutely
it's the time
beautiful.
when the youngsters learn all the folk songs and get to do their skits and things to keep
To be
Barbados
caught on
alive.
candid camera. I'm seeing some of the CBC crew in the background of this picture, and they're usually the ones donning the cameras. This time they're caught off guard. So this is just outside of the Carlton complex, and as you mentioned earlier, Major Taylor, some people, they don't even have to leave their homes, the comfort of their homes, to be able to see what is happening. But the troops are in the general area of the St. Stephen's Parish Church. There we have the mounted troop up front and leading the charge. So they're literally just moments away from the final salute. And then for us to close up, certainly this aspect of today's presentation. It truly has been a long day. It's just after midday here in Barbados, and we got started officially on air just around 7 this morning, but it doesn't feel like it's been such a long time for some reason. I guess you know what they say. And here they come, some showers, I guess, at the right time.
It doesn't feel like we've been here for a very long time because I believe we had a good time. The parade was engaging. The awards ceremony, the Prime Minister's address, all of it quite engaging.
So it truly has been a wonderful presentation. Of course, we had the presentation of leadership badges and national awards. Certainly wonderful to hear some of the names that were awarded and recognized today from all areas. There were a few from the cultural and literary, media, judiciary, legal rather. So very, very interesting lineup for the national honors and insignia for today. And of course, we also had a cultural presentation in honor of the 160th anniversary of the Barbados Landship. So that was a beautiful presentation that featured over 10 schools and members of the Barbados Youth Advance Corps. Here the troops come. They're making their way along Black Rock. And as mentioned, you can see the old St. Stephen's School buildings over to the right of your screen as they make their way along Highway 1, heading past now the St. Stephen's Churchyard and St. Stephen's Church. With Carlton just literally around the corner from here, we are literally very, very close to the end of today's presentation.
Rather impressive. You mentioned the Landship and their 160th anniversary. Just a few weeks ago, they put on a very impressive show, a very impressive display. And they were supported by Abed's and Company Limited, etc. But what I liked about it is that there's a real effort to keep the Barbados Landship very, very Barbadian idea and very sort of iconic about what Barbados can do for itself. So I'm very pleased, and I was really touched to see the little ones from primary schools beginning to form their Barbados Landships in various places. Now, there was a time when there was a little concern that it might die, but I'm really pleased to see the effort revived.
The troops just marching past Straker's Tenetry in Black Rock, heading towards now the bottom of St. Stephen's Hill as they make their way to the Carlton complex. People taking up every vantage point and wearing their Barbados shirts proudly, as they should. Just waiting for a glimpse at the superstars for today. Our troops.
Our troops.
Here the mounted troop camp. And in your experience with the mounted troop, have you had any interesting experiences? I know for me sometimes over the years, I certainly have seen a few of the four-legged members of the troop who have given quite a bit of trouble.
I was hoping you wouldn't go there. I am terrified.
No, not Major Taylor.
And I used to be, of course, with a masked band right at the back where the horses exited the garrison. So they were passing right next to me. I held my breath all the way through it most times.
And here the first part of the detachments are. First part's just making their way past the St. Stephen's Church at this point.
Interesting to note that there were members of clergy in the honors today, as well as one of my colleagues from the Barbados Cadet Corps, Lieutenant Commander Carl Farley. And another acquaintance from a place I won't mention, but I will just say it's near Waterford.
Okay, we're preparing now for the salute. So there is a bit of a stall here as the mounted troop, I would imagine, wait for the other members of the armed detachments to catch up just a bit.
I think they have a facility to move a little faster than the others.
And here we go with the Prime Minister, flanked by some familiar faces of her cabinet.
And there they give their salute. Fantastic horsemanship and control. And immediately following them will be the parade commander and his guard of honor. Which aren't just troops on parade, but must be present when the president is attending.
And this is truly a remarkable display of respect and admiration as they raise their hands and swords in some instances. In a crisp salute.
Yeah, they given a smart eyes right. And they're ideally to make eye contact with the dignitary if they can.
A true reflection of honor, loyalty, and service. In this moment, the troops are truly the embodiment of bravery and patriotism as they continue after such a long time and still looking like they just started.
Drum majors of the band have given a smart salute themselves.
And as has come to be customary, everybody with their cell phones out so they can capture this for posterity or to share, as the case might be.
Sailors of the Barbados Coast Guard led by Lieutenant Hazelwood and Company. Master Chief Petty Officer Waldron at the front there. And the sailors looking proud.
Absolutely. What a beautiful day it has been.
Not to be left out, the Corps of Women of the Barbados Defence Force. and members of the Barbados Regiment Reserve.
Tell us the differences. To be a part of the reserve, what do you need to do?
Well, the process for signing up and the process of training is pretty much the same as for the regular army, except that the reservists will have their regular jobs and only give military service maybe once or twice per week and 1 or 2 weekends per month. But I assure you they're trained to pretty much the same standard.
Moving from where we were here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex and seeing the Prime Minister standing literally in the heart of the Black Rock community, taking a salute from the military of Barbados. What does that mean to you? Because these various nuances, we've experienced changes over the years, and true to who we are, Barbadians usually, they voice their opinions through whatever means or soapboxes that are available to us.
It's called freedom and democracy.
Absolutely.
Which must always be accompanied by a sense of purpose and loyalty.
This is true, but how does it make you feel to be able to experience the PM in this country in such an informal setting and feeling confident and comfortable enough to stand amongst the people who put her in office?
That's one of the beautiful
things. To be able to take this salute.
One of the beautiful things about Barbados, actually. You can do that.
And here come the members of the Barbados Police Service. The Prime Minister with her signature nod. I think that's a Bajan thing. You know, even if you don't say good day, you nod your head. Quickly followed by the Barbados Police Service Band and the Barbados Fire Service. So this part of it is going by quite quickly. Oh, again, look at these very proud faces as they go by.
Nice arm swing and proud look from the Barbados Prison Service in their red tunics.
And I know it's truly beautiful to see these uniforms on display, but it's become quite warm outside. So I would imagine that it would have become quite difficult for them to keep moving. We here under a tent are already feeling the effects of the midday sun. So it must be multiplied a couple times for them.
Well, in earlier times, the uniforms were imported from the United Kingdom or elsewhere, where the weather is, shall we say, somewhat different. But most uniforms, especially for the fire service and the prison service, are made by local tailors who have a better sense of what would be required to keep our uniforms a little more comfortable.
Now, I know you said that when you get ready, there is an internal inspection of sorts. Tell me what that entails, because your uniforms all have some quite intricate, some of them tiny pieces to make them all come together.
And it's easy to forget a piece or two, which is why you get inspected. So before they even depart the base, somebody will be looking them over to make sure that the buttons are on straight and you're wearing the correct belt and your cravat is sitting right and all of that. And then there will be another level of inspection just to make sure that the juniors have not missed something. And on it goes until everybody's satisfied that by the time the parade commander sees you, everything is just right.
All right, here are some other detachments making their way along the Black Rock Road, and members of the Barbados Fire Service just turning off at Brighton Corner. They're going to make their way over to the Carlton cricket ground
having executed their final duty for the day. But I'm sure they're looking forward to a more relaxing time a little later on.
And this detachment just making it to the Carlton complex area. So they too will prepare to salute the PM. So it has been quite a wonderful day, and as we wind down the day's presentation with the rest of the unarmed detachments making their way along, we'd certainly like to thank you for joining us for the 57th anniversary of our Independence Parade of Uniformed Organizations and the National Honors Ceremony at the Usain Bolt Complex, and of course the march to Carlton Cricket Ground live on numerous platforms. There we are with the Boy Scouts.
Yes, and indeed we mustn't leave out the unarmed units at all. The armed units, because they have perhaps the trickier items to execute and the more elaborate uniforms, tend to get a bit more attention, but we must recognize the effort and the contribution of the unarmed units. And indeed thank them very much for their participation.
And there are some others marching along alongside them. I think they may have some new members.
St. John Ambulance Brigade on parade.
And that's a name we've been hearing for, as my mother would say, donkey years.
They do very fine work across Barbados.
Absolutely. And of course, the Prime Minister taking her salute. We see just behind her the Minister of Home Affairs. I believe the Minister of Labour was in close proximity as well. I also saw the representative for St. Michael Northwest, which is the area where we are. As a part of today's presentation, we also had students of the Good Shepherd School. That's just about a kilometre or so from this location, as well as the clergy who were present were from a church in the general vicinity as well. So truly heartwarming to see that we've truly embraced the community for this change, this move to the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. And here the troops are, still in form, arriving at the Carlton Cricket Ground. There seems to be a celebration of some other type planned. I don't believe the jumping tents and so on would be for those people making their way onto the field.
Perhaps not.
But that's to be expected on what we deem a bank holiday here in Barbados. And from this vantage point, you can see lots of people looking on. Now here we go with the Girl Guides Association of Barbados making their march past.
In years gone by, we could have as many as 100 Girl Guides on parade. What a pleasure that they can parade with their own corps of drums.
Well, you learn something new every day. I certainly did not know that the Barbados Girl Guides Association had a band as well. So wonderful to see them on parade today. And we just have a few more to pass by. Of course, the Barbados Landship. And the students who did the cultural presentation here today. Some of those students joining them. These students are from the Frederick Smith Secondary School,
where there is a land ship growing.
And following closely behind them are those members of the government security guards. I believe I saw them coming up next.
Yes, indeed. Marching proud.
Well, we certainly are nearing an end We have to thank you for spending the last several hours sharing this with us, but this truly is a wonderful way to get our independence celebrations going, not only here in Barbados, but across the region and wherever Bajans are. You know what we say, Bajans are everywhere. So wonderful to be able to share with you in this manner. And we can already see some members falling out, so to speak. This is where you get to relax now and catch your breath for a moment. So, you know, talk to us about what this now means before you move on to the fetting and so on. I would imagine that you really want to take a breath here.
Yeah, but the parade commander and the various detachment commanders will be telling their troops, thank you for your efforts, job well done, that kind of thing, which is very important. Because motivating your troops as a leader is one of the first essentials. So they would have been warned ahead of time that we got to get this right. But after the fact, they'll be thanked sincerely for making the effort.
Look at these young people from the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps. It's so heartwarming to see them marching through the streets of Barbados, paying salute to our Honorable Prime Minister in two distinct detachments, large enough to carry their own sway, the young men and the young women.
I think it's important for us to find ways to keep our youth engaged. What's the old saying? The devil finds work for idle hands.
That's absolutely true. And with such pride on their faces. It truly is beautiful to see.
I'm not sure whether it's my imagination, but it looked like the girls were a little extra something, a little more precise, I think.
But these aerial views do justice to the work that they're doing. And they've truly kept form. Now, I just saw through that last aerial view that they did, in fact, get closer as they're coming around the corner at the bottom of St. Stephen's Hill. Here they go, the Seventh-day Adventist Pathfinders and their band as well.
Who played some very stirring music. And all of their music is naturally gospel-type music. But they're able to adapt it very, very well for the march.
And the Pathfinders do a lot of community work as well. Wonderful to see them as a part of the presentation. And did someone say branded Bajan memorabilia? Today's the day for that. From t-shirts to hats and umbrella hats, just about everything. So here's where we bid you adieu. It truly has been a wonderful day, a showcase of unity and pride. It all shone as it came together, brighter than ever, right here as Barbados stands tall and ready to celebrate the magic, the pride, and the unforgettable moments that truly make us who we are as we celebrate the 57th anniversary of our beloved nation.
It was a pleasure spending time with you. I love Barbados, so I love to serve Barbados, and this has been a fantastic display. And I want to say on behalf of the Chief of Staff, officers and members of the Barbados Defence Force, thank you for having us and wish Barbados a wonderful day.
Well, thank you, Major Taylor, on behalf of the combined technical services of the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation and Creative Junction and all of the other agencies that came together to make this a possibility today. We'd like to thank you for viewing and wish you a happy Independence Day as we take you out on the beautiful overhead views of our country. Good afternoon.
Independence.